Members, let's make a start. Welcome to this meeting of South Cambridgeshire District Council. My name is Councillor Peter Fain and I'm the Chair of the Council, and my Vice Chair is Councillor Peter Sanford on my left here. A few quick announcements. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and we also allow recording, filming, photography and so on, as long as the meeting is not disrupted. Please would all members ensure that their phone is on silent. For those, you should keep your microphone switched off until you're invited to speak. For those participating remotely, when you're invited to address the meeting, please make sure your microphone and camera are switched on. And when you finish addressing the meeting, please turn them both off. Members attending remotely should indicate their wish to speak through a chat message in the Teams meeting, and those present in the chamber should indicate their wish to speak by raising their hand, and I'll ask the Vice Chair to note the order of speakers. The chat facility shouldn't be used for any other purposes, if necessary to write down a simple amendment, but complex amendments should have been shared with democratic services before the meeting starts. When we move to a vote on any item and there is not clear affirmation, I will state that a recorded vote will be taken and members in the chamber will then vote as usual for, against or abstain, and the result will be displayed on the screen. This meeting is quorate, so we will proceed. Are there any apologies for absence? Item 1, apologies.
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies from Councillors Bear Park, Warren Green, Osborne, Nieto and Van der Ven, and there are no councillors joining online at the moment.
Thank you. Item 2, declarations of interest. Do any members have interest to declare in relation to any item of business on this agenda? Councillor Cohn.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to declare an interest that I have an honorary contract with the NHS, because we'll be talking about the cancer hospital further on in the agenda. I have had a quick discussion with the monitoring officer, and we don't believe it qualifies as a non-registrable interest, so I can take part in the debate. I've no pecuniary interest at all. I'm actually paid by a charity, although I've got an honorary contract with the NHS. So,
thank you for that. Councillor Heather Williams.
Just a member of the Greater Cambridge Partnership Assembly.
Councillor Richard Stobart.
Chair, thank you. So in the discussion about the medium-term financial strategy, there isn't a specific mention of SCIP, but I would like to remind the Council that I'm a board member of South Cambridgeshire Investment Partnership.
Thank you for that. Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I am a county councillor and they seem to pop up everywhere, so I'd like to declare an interest there.
For the benefit of county councillors, other county councillors, can I say we don't all need to make declarations on that matter today? Any other declarations of interest? Right. Obviously, if at any point in the meeting an interest subsequently becomes apparent, then please raise it at that point. Item 3, minutes, which you will find, I'm sorry, we'll go back. I seem to have missed Councillor Leeming and Councillor Drew.
No.
Apologies.
Apologies, Chair. I've just been notified that Councillor Martin Khan and Councillor Ariel Khan will be attending in about 30 minutes. They're just running late. Thank you.
We'll note that, thank you. Right, let's move on to the minutes of the last meeting. These are before you, pages 11 to 30 of your printed papers. Do members have any amendments to these minutes? Councillor Bastiaria.
Thank you, Chair. But I think my leader, Councillor Heather William, will conduct that.
Oh, right.
Page number 14.
Thank you.
Page number 15.
Thank you, Chair. It was just page number 15 in relation to the comments that Councillor Dr. Trebona Bhattacharya made. And it says, such as education, but there are a series of things. So in order to give it the right scope that were listed, it also should include NHS doctors and nurses and other services like the police force.
Can you just remind me which page you said?
Page 15.
15, thank you.
And in relation to the police, so rather than it appearing as it's just one sector that was being referred to, it was multiple public sectors. Thank you, Chair.
Is that clear for our minute takers? Yes, I think we can amend that accordingly. Okay, any other amendments? Well, I propose, therefore, that we approve these minutes as with those minor amendments. Councillor Sanford, would you like to second that?
Happy to second, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, are you content that we take this decision by affirmation?
Agreed.
I hear none against. Those minutes are approved. I should ask, does anyone wish to abstain? No. Right, so the council has agreed that the minutes of the last meeting, as amended, are a correct record. We then move on to announcements from the chair. I have to announce, rather sadly, the death of former chair of council, Roberta, known to those who knew her as Bobby Cannon, who died recently. I went to her funeral on Monday. She was chair in 81 to 83, so rather over 40 years ago. Obviously a formidable lady from all we heard at the funeral. Also recently, the former councillor John Shepperton, known to some here, not to all of us, but a councillor for Swavesey, I think. And I wonder whether Councillor Sue Ellington would like to say a word or two, because she knew him and I didn't.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think it is just worth saying that John Shepperson died on Friday last. He was a district councillor for 28 years, unbroken, 1978 to 2006. He followed my father, actually. And he was chair of council for a number of those years. But I've got a long list of the things that John did for us. One of the most important was an individual, unique Act of Parliament for Swavesey byways, which he sponsored through the House of Commons, not as a member of Parliament, but as an individual. And some of the rules around it I have had a little bit of trouble working around because times have passed, but it set a standard in Swavesey for how you can walk in the countryside and round the lakes. He got the EBM, yes, the EBM in 2012 for his services to the village.
Thank you,
So,
Councillor Ellington. Two more brief announcements. The first is just to formally notify the council that as a result of the resignation of Councillor Pippa Halings, a by-election will take place on 24th of October. And just to mention that on the date of our last meeting, 18th of July, the LGA Executive Board passed a motion on civility in public life, which I think is a matter of some importance to all of us. And they called on the government, and I think others, to work to improve the general public's understanding of the decision-making role of councillors and councils and the expectations of respectful debate, and to continue to support councils in tackling abuse and intimidation at a local level, including prioritising the well-being and resilience of councillors, and role modelling good councillor behaviours and conducts. And I would just say that as chair, I rely on members here to continue to set a very good example to others on that last point. That's the end of my announcements for today. Leader, do do you have any announcements today?
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, I do have a few. So some quick ones to start with. Just to let you all know that this is Black History Month now, and we will yet again be working with the City Council to get a programme of events, which I do hope you will publicise and even participate in. You'll be aware that the consultation on our corporate plan is now open, and again, please participate yourself and please do your best to publicise it to your residents and to your parish councils. Just to notify you all that Cabinet are now having regular meetings with all 3 of the new MPs, which are proving to be very, very helpful. There's obviously, it's an opportunity for us to ask the MPs to do things to help us, but also them to ask us to do things to help them. So we've got these up and running really quite quickly. So thank you to all concerned. Now, some members and colleagues here went to Competent Village College yesterday to take part in a workshop prior to the Climate Environment Action Committee holding their meeting in Competent Village College. So I was able to go along and join the workshop with some of the young people beforehand. Deeply impressive young people, I hasten to add, politicians and environmental scientists of the future, just about every single one of them. So there was young people from Competent, Camborne and Sawston village colleges there. And but I must thank, particularly our team in Democratic Services, but also the other supporting colleagues who helped run all the workshops. It went really, really smoothly. Young people were really, really engaged. They were obviously really well prepared. They'd been given packs in advance. So they absolutely knew their brief. And they were very challenging. And so part of it was for us to tell them what we do as a council, but far more importantly, for them to tell us what more we should be doing. So at the end of the morning session, each table, I think there was 5 of them, had a kind of ask, which they then presented to the committee in the afternoon. And I look forward very much to hearing how the committee has taken that forward. So very, very worthwhile event. Thank you particularly to Lawrence and to Pippa for their organisation, which meant the whole thing was just a joy to be part of. And then just finally, I'm really pleased to announce that since we last met, we've won a number of awards. The Greater Cambridge Shared Waste were the winners of the Best Service Team, Waste Recycling and Street Scene category in the APSI Awards for 2024, and that was just last month. APSI stands for Association of Public Service Excellence. So we were actually shortlisted multiple times across the 5 categories: Best Building and Housing Initiative, Best Efficiency and Transformation Initiative, and that was jointly with Cambridge City Council. Best Public-Private Partnership Working Initiative, again with Cambridge City, and Best Community and Neighbourhood Initiative for our Mobile Food Hub initiative with Hope CIC, which I think we're all very proud of and have, I certainly really enjoy going along to see their work. So 3C Building Control have won 8 regional winner awards, 1 highly commended award in the LABC Building Excellence Awards for 24 for the East Anglia, and South Cambs has been shortlisted for the Smarter Working Awards in the Improving Spaces, Creating a Great Place to Work category and the Putting People First category. I believe there was 300 nominations in total, so I think we've done astonishingly well to get shortlisted. So all these awards are a testament to the hard work of all our colleagues, of whom I'm very proud of every single one of them, and I thank them for their hard work and their dedication. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Leader. For the Paid Service, Chief Executive, do you have any announcements? None. Thank you. Right, so we move on to questions from the public, item 5. Just to remind speakers under this item that any questions or statements made at Council must be within the scope of our public speaking scheme, and indeed I've only accepted for today questions that meet that criteria. And in particular, I draw attention to the requirements of Part 5.1 of our scheme of public speaking. It states that a question or statement may be rejected if it is not about a matter for which the local authority has a responsibility, if it's not a matter which falls within the remit of the Cabinet Committee or subcommittee, or it is vexatious, defamatory, frivolous, discriminatory, offensive or otherwise inappropriate. And if I as chair think that any speaker, whether the questioner or the person giving the answer, is straying outside the scope of the scheme, I will step in with a reminder. So, the first question today is from David Revell, who I think is in the chamber today. Mr. Revell, please come and ask us your question. You are welcome to say as written on the paper if you prefer, or to read it out.
I'll read it out, if that's okay. It's about East West Rail and the environmental aspects of it. SEDC's environmental strategy states, we will influence the planning and delivery of new major transport routes, such as the proposed East West Rail line, to ensure that they are planned to deliver net benefits to the environment. East West Rail's CO's own carbon assessment and transportation figures of the Bedford to Cambridge section of the line shows that any net savings during operation due to residents swapping from road to rail would be dwarfed by the carbon emissions during construction. And I give figures, approximately 5 tonnes of kilotons of carbon equivalent savings over 60 years due to modal shift, compared to 320 kilotons carbon equivalent emitted during construction. If the associated housing that East West Rail Co depends on in an attempt to justify the project is included, the total carbon emissions during construction would be about 8,450 kilotons carbon equivalent. Given that the project design has been ongoing for many years, please identify how SEDC has influenced the planning of East West Rail to ensure that there would be net benefits to the environment.
Thank you. I think the leader is going to answer your question.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Revell. The Council's response to the East West Rail consultation has been published online to correspond with each phase of the project date. And by the way, what I respond will appear in our minutes if you don't want to write notes down. So over the coming months, through the officers in the Greater Cambridge Shared Planning Service, we are expecting to, hopefully, understand and explore the design choices and trade-offs that the East West Rail Company have made in settling upon the proposals that we understand they will publish and consult upon later in this year. Now, obviously, we don't know if anything's going to happen with East West Rail until the budget at the end of this month, and my expectation is that if there is an announcement in the budget that the government is continuing to support East West Rail, that East West Rail will launch a non-statutory consultation pretty soon after. So that will be in November, and that's the point at which we will know much more. So this council and partners in the combined authority, the County Council and Cambridge City Council, together with the other councils along the route, have clear commitments, ambitions from development, as you've heard. But until we're able to review the detail within the scheme, we've not sought to draw any definitive conclusions on the proposals as they emerge. Our previous comments have instead sought to clearly state our expectations, most importantly around electrification of the railway, and our ambitions for the highest achievable environmental standards. So I went to the development at Waterbeach last Friday, where they're delivering 25% biodiversity net gain in a big housing development. So we know it's possible. I think the argument will be it's more challenging with infrastructure, but we are here to challenge them, and we'll continue to do so. Thank you.
Mr. Revell, did you want to ask a short supplementary question arising from your original question?
I suppose point is, oh, am I still on the speaker? Yeah. Okay. The point is, have you actually done anything to date to influence the design and planning of it? For example, the embankments and cuttings that are going to run across South Cambridgeshire?
So we've had a number of opportunities over the last few years to meet with East West Rail and look at their, their early plans, which you'll be familiar with. And we have been really, really robust in representing the views of our residents about what is acceptable and what is unacceptable. And that most certainly includes the height of those embankments. It most certainly includes communities that are severed as a result of the route. Most certainly includes the loss of footpaths and cycleways and bridleways which are cut. So, I cannot emphasise quite how insistent we have been. A lot of these meetings have not been comfortable meetings because our job is to make sure that we are the voice of our residents. And I've been to a number of the public consultations and absolutely hear what people within these public consultations and parish council meetings have to say. And it's my duty and my colleagues' duty to make sure that those are communicated in the most vehement terms with East West Rail. At the end of the day, it's a government project. And we have no statutory powers over it, but I think I am sensing that the efforts we have gone to have landed, and I am hopeful that if and when they do come up, they do launch their non-statutory spatial plan, that the evidence of our robust lobbying is plain for all to see.
Thank you.
Next, our second public question is from Dr. Brian Cameron. Dr. Cameron, I think you're with us online. Would you like to ask us your question?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. 28,538 pensioners in South Cambridgeshire will be affected by the government's cuts to the winter fuel allowance. Does the leader of the council agree that this is a regressive measure which unfairly targets some of the most vulnerable members of our society, including the aged and the infirm? And will the council take steps to limit the impacts of this cut on pensioners in South Cambridgeshire?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Cameron, for the question. And you might have seen actually later on our agenda, we are actually debating a motion on this particular subject as a council. So I think that shows you just how important members of this council do take this particular issue. But in answer to the first part of your question, I think the answer is yes. I think we do. Certainly as a political party, the Liberal Democrats both have been consistent in their opposition to this particular cut made by the current government. Yeah, it is something that, we do have big concerns about. And that, as I said earlier, the fact that we are going to have a motion on this particular issue later on, I think highlights that. In answer to the second part of your question on what are we as a council going to do about it, I think as you've indicated, we have about 28,000 affected pensioners, slightly over that number due to this cut. So to put that into percentage terms, that is around 94% of all pensioners that live in South Cambridgeshire, so quite a significant number. So in terms of what we're doing as a council, so we are using one of our new tools we have called a low income family tracker, or LIFT for short, to identify residents who might be eligible for pensions credit. We're going to use this new technology, this new software, to analyse our benefits, to match up different data sets and show us who in the district should be claiming pension credits but currently aren't. This will then allow us as a council to connect these residents directly and let them know exactly what support they are eligible for and how to apply for that support. We're anticipating in terms of timeframes that should be operational by November this year, so before winter fully kicks in, with a media campaign starting shortly thereafter. In addition, we'll also be running a separate advertising campaign promoting pension credit and other support available. This will not only involve sharing materials through our existing channels, but also by us purchasing advertising space on social media sites such as Facebook and also in local media as well. It's actually estimated around 40% of eligible pensioners are not claiming the pension credits that they are entitled to. So what we're doing, we just want to be as clear as possible that we are raising as much awareness to those people that aren't claiming that they can. In terms of those people that aren't eligible for pension credits but still have a need for support, there is an array of support available, and we are, as a council, are going to continue to ensure this support reaches people in need. One example of this is the government recently announced an extension to their household support fund, which has previously been run by the county council and provided households with £110 to support paying their heating bills. We're just waiting confirmation on how this fund is going to be distributed this year over the next 6 months, but as soon as we hear, we'll see that will be widely publicised. Additionally, we also have 16 community hubs, previously called warm hubs. They are continuing and they offer a space in the community that residents can visit every week. And we're also working with the local Energy Advice Partnership, or LEAP for short, who offer advice and support on increasing home warmth and reducing the cost of bills. There is actually a cost of living section on the South Cambs District Council's website, and that's kept regularly updated, so there is live information on there as to other forms of support available. So sorry, quite a rambling answer there, but hopefully that's helpful.
Dr. Cameron, I hope that's a comprehensive answer to your question, but do you wish to put a supplementary question arising from your original question?
I would, yes. Thank you, Councillor Batchelor. Just to clarify, the question was directed to the Leader of the Council, so I'm hopeful that she'll be able to answer this question. I'm similarly concerned that the council tax has no similar set of policies for vulnerable members of the community who have fallen behind in their council tax collection. And I've firsthand seen some of the methods deployed by the council to confiscate household possessions of those who haven't paid their council tax. And so I'm curious if the Leader of the Council agrees that the council should also have a vulnerability policy in regard to council tax collection. And if so, will the Leader commit to adopting such a policy within the next 3 months? Thank you.
Leader, are you happy to answer that yourself?
Yes, I will. So we do have schemes to make sure that people in need get some council tax relief, but it's quite complicated, so I'll send you a written response, if I may, rather than doing this on the hoof, just in case I tell you something that's not 100% accurate. Thank you. Thanks for your question.
Thank you.
Dr. Cameron, thank you very much indeed. Now, our final question has been submitted by Mr. Daniel Fulton, but Mr. Fulton is not able to join us today and has written to notify us that his question is to be withdrawn. He doesn't want members thinking that he wasn't willing to come here, but just is not able to do so and has withdrawn his question. So we note that. Thank you, Mr. Fulton. Item 6 on our agenda today is petitions. I understand that no petitions have been received. That is correct. So we move then to item 7A, which is the review of the Statement of Licensing Policy, which you'll find on pages 31 to 50 of your written papers. I don't think I need to make a further reminder about the need to that we all have to have a responsibility to keep the debate civil, as I'm sure we intend to do. And I would ask members to direct comments to the report before them. And if comments go beyond the report, in my opinion, then I may step in to remind you of that. So I call on the Leader of the Council to present the report and to move the recommendation.
Thank you very much indeed. So I think the report is self-explanatory. I don't think there's any significant changes to this, but I believe this is something we have to review every three years. 3 years. So I'm standing in for Councillor Warren Green on this, who's not very well at the moment. So so the report as presented. Thank you.
Do we have a seconder for this? Councillor Anna Bratton. Did you wish to speak at this point?
Yes, I'll reserve my right to speak at the end of the debate if there's any.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak on this item? In that case, I think we come straight back to Councillor Anna Bradnam, who may want to speak in seconding it.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I'm delighted to be able to second this report. A lot of work has been done over many years, but culminating in this most recent year. Members will be aware that the licensing authority is obliged to be mindful of the licensing objectives, which are, in this case, to prevent gambling from being a source of crime or disorder, being associated with crime or disorder, or being used to support crime, to ensure that gambling is conducted in a fair and open way, and probably one of the most important is protecting children and other vulnerable persons from being harmed or exploited by gambling. And what I would say is that we've had extremely useful documentation from our licensing officers. Many thanks to them for working hard on the report, but also we've had useful cross-party discussions in the licensing committee, which have been very productive and have fed into the consideration. And so this is a cross-party decision, and it's, as you've said, a requirement that we should have a policy to work to for the next 3 years. So I'm very happy to commend it to the Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, are you content to take this decision by affirmation? I hear none against. Anyone wishing to vote against this proposal or to abstain? That is therefore agreed unanimously. We move then to item 7B on the agenda, which is the General Fund Medium-Term Financial Strategy. And you'll find this on pages 51 to 78. I call on Councillor John Williams, Lead Cabinet Member for Resources, to present the report and to move the recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. 10 months ago, the medium-term financial strategy, then approved by this council, had predicted that we needed to find 5.5 million to accomplish our balanced budget over the coming 5 years. Now, as you'll see, we are predicting a shortfall of just shy of 3 million. And we've achieved this while increasing our net budget requirement by 6.6 million in the main to account for inflation. Until the new government announces its budget and local government financial settlement, we cannot, of course, predict the MTFS with any certainty. But we do have the statements that we've outlined in paragraphs 20 to 24, including the Queen's speech, King's speech. And I welcome the possibility of a 3-year settlement and the move away from not knowing 1 year to the next what national government has planned for local government funding. So we continue to have a fair funding review hanging over us. Therefore, we continue to assume a significant loss in business rates in 2026-27 through a reset, although we hope there will be a dampening formula to ease the pain of this over subsequent years. But we have assumed a higher growth rate of business rates of around 3.5%, more in line with what we are currently experiencing. We also assume we will lose the new homes bonus, which has helped us to meet the additional service costs arising from new homes after 2025-26. And we expect our funding guarantee from government to disappear in 26-27. What we can predict, however, with more certainty, is income from council tax and our commercial investments. We have been raising council tax every year by £5 or 10 pence a week for the average council taxpayer, which has led to below inflation increases in some years. And this increase in our council tax will continue with a 2.99% increase going forward over the next 5 years. It should be noted that our council tax rate is one of the lowest in the country and will continue to be. This year, some of our parish and town councils are actually charging more than we do. Continuing housing growth will also deliver more council tax income. The other certainty is our commercial income. Taking control in 2018, we reviewed our investments and found we needed to diversify our portfolio to support our communities. Currently, we receive over £4 million from Ermine Street for loans we have given it to purchase and rent homes to support our housing policies, and in £2 million mainly from rents on our lab and office spaces in the Cambridge Science Park. This income offsets service expenditure and the deficit. It enables us to give our communities more support we would otherwise be able to do with council tax and business rates alone. In particular, the work by our communities team goes beyond what many district councils can do. But this administration doesn't stand still. Continuous improvement in always what we do is at the heart of this council and this group. The MTFS includes over £2 million in savings from our transformation programme going forward and other productivity improvements and cost savings, some of which have arisen out of the 4-day week trial, such as, for example, the removal of some of the hard-to-recruit posts from the budget by working smarter and savings in recruitment costs. Transformation in IT and AI is delivering better performance and service quality. So at a time when many local authorities are struggling to balance their books, we continue to be in a sound financial shape and are forecast to stay that way into the foreseeable future. In these circumstances, I ask Council to approve the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Leader, did you wish to second this? Do you want to speak now? Or?
I'll second it. I'll reserve my right to speak.
Right. Does any other member want to speak to this item? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. When first looking at this document, I looked back to the minutes of the last time that we looked at this. And if you look in those minutes, you'll see that I raised a significant concern in relation to the MRF that the provision wasn't being made, and made a comparison to Huntingdon District Council where it was being made. And now we know that the cost actually is of about £1 million. So it's not an insignificant sum. And this leads, if I can draw members' attention to page 77 of this report, I really would like you, in its asterisk, about budget pressures. When you look at that asterisk, it tells us that further service pressures will, however, exaggerate the funding gap and wherever possible should be managed within existing cash limit budgets. Now, the lead member for Finance and Resources has said about the 4-day week savings for agency, but as has been made clear on many reports, those agency costs are not budgeted, they're on top, they're budget pressures. Therefore, there is no saving on the budget, and we should all be very clear on that. The other thing to bear in mind is life gets complicated sometimes at councils, and us who have served on this council for the length of times through COVID and everything else knows there are always surprises, there's always curveballs and things that come our way. There is always going to be budget pressures at some point in each year. And yet we can see that yet again, not even a notional amount has been provided for a lot of the years. So that makes me feel very uncertain as well, when also previously we were aware of something, we didn't include it. The administration will have far more information than ourselves at their disposal, so perhaps there's something that we don't know about this time that, just like the MRF, is not being budgeted for. And like I say, £1 million is not a insignificant sum. My question is, we have a new government, and with that we know they're looking at various ways of changing the formulas, and it is uncertain. But we also know that there is a real risk that they will lift the cap of £5, at which point the councils could put it up further. So I'm not happy about this provision. I've given you my reasons why. It's particularly would draw your attention to that asterisk that makes it very clear, no provision for budget pressures, And with the savings that have dramatically increased, and we know that actually on transformation and our programme, the savings have been delayed time and time again. So is it realistic? I fear not. And therefore, even with these optimistic things of no budget pressures and the savings identified and coming in on time, there's still a very significant budget gap. So I don't feel I can support the MTFS. But will this council be looking, as others are, to lift the cap and indeed be able to increase council tax beyond £5 without referendum?
I don't see any other speakers in this debate. Yes, I do. Councillor Stephen Drew.
Thank you. I just wanted to maybe kind of reference part of what Councillor Williams has referred to there through you, Chair. In terms of the issue, obviously, of the election of the new government and the possibility that councils across the country may well reflect upon their council tax status, I think this is very relevant to what Councillor John Williams has talked about in his presentation of the medium-term financial forecast and such like. We are clearly in an era of government finance and public sector spending where the chairs have moved around. The reality of where we are has moved around. The British public and the people of South Cambridgeshire have spoken very, very clearly. And the era of seeking to make the lives of councils exceedingly difficult and unnecessarily difficult by falsely depressing their ability to pay for the services that their residents wish to have is now over. So therefore, whilst I completely understand that Councillor Heather Williams would wish to object to elements based on the comments she has made, I do think we ought to recognise that Councillor John Williams, the finance member on the Cabinet, is seeking to balance our budget and is seeking to manage our finances, coming on the back of a period of quite savage and difficult spending cuts and funding cuts from central government, and therefore I actually would say that we ought to have a very positive view of what Councillor John Williams and Cabinet are doing in terms of seeking to manage the budget of the council. And actually, I am pleased to find that maybe more freedom will be available to councils to better serve their residents.
Thank you for that. Councillor Dr. Richard Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I just wasn't planning to speak, but I just want to make a quick point in relation to the last contribution. The Conservative government certainly didn't falsely depress the amount of money that went to councils. It sought to manage the public finances in a responsible way. But I would just remind members opposite that they were actually in government for 5 years between 2010 and 2015, when the state of the public finances necessitated some fiscal discipline. And their party signed up to that as much as ours did.
I do have to just point out to all members that so far as I'm aware, nobody in this chamber was actually in government during that period, and I think we should just remember that. Now, I see no other speakers, so what I'm going to do is to ask Councillor, well, the leader wants to speak as seconder. I wonder whether you want to ask Councillor John Williams to respond to the debate on that motion as a proposer before you do so, because I have discretion to do that. So, Councillor John Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Williams is absolutely right. I mean, we are in a period of uncertainty. We are in a period of uncertainty because we have a new government, but we're also in a period of uncertainty because the previous government crashed the economy. I think we all know of Trussonomics, and we are still affected by that through our high interest rates. So we are in a period of uncertainty, and I hoped that I gave that impression when I responded on our MTFS, because we can only make assumptions on what we know at the moment. And as I said in my introduction, we don't know what the budget's going to bring. We don't know what the new government's financial settlement's going to be. And so, as I said in Cabinet when we discussed this, it is a period of uncertainty. We can only assume, we can only predict on what we know at the moment. But nevertheless, I think what you can see in this report is a pretty robust MTFS going forward for the next 5 years. On the point of council tax, we have assumed that council tax will be kept, rises will be kept at 2.99% for the purpose of this MFTS report. We have not said in it that, you know, that it's subject to any increase in council tax above that amount. So the council tax that's assumed, the council tax increases that are assumed, are these 2.99%, which, you know, given our low council tax rate anyway, it's quite a low figure in going forward. But I do hope that council realise and see in this report that we have done our best to try and predict and estimate what is like to happen over the coming 5 years based on what we know currently. And hopefully, when we come to review this at the beginning of next year, we will be in a much better position to be able to give a much definite position. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. I see no other speakers. Leader, you reserved your position to speak at the end.
Thank you. So just very, very briefly. So I've been here for over 16 years now, and this theme of uncertainty crops up every single year, irrespective of who's the controlling administration at the council. You know, was it ever thus? And it makes things really hard, you know, irrespective of who's in charge. I remember a previous leader here saying that they did not want to get involved in politics just to make cuts year on year. You know, all of us want to be able to do more, you know, and to spend money in the interests of our residents. So I think in all the time I've been here, it's all been about cuts, and it's all been about doing more with less. So that doesn't change. You know, I live in hope that we will see multi-year settlements out of this new government, and certainly at the LGA, we are lobbying very, very hard for that, because that would just, you know, remove a small element of that uncertainty. Having said that, we've got a question later on about the peer review. When the peers came back to look at how we had implemented the action plan that we'd created as a result of their report, they said on a number of occasions that we are in an enviable financial position. And the peers who came back were from 3 different councils, and they all said they'd give their eye teeth to have the financial security and stability that we have here. There are very, very few councils in this day and age who can deliver the sort of discretionary services that we deliver. And we heard earlier from Councillor Batchelor about all the cost of living work. You know, other councils, I tell other councils what we're doing. They would love to do it. They simply don't have the money to do it. So I think we are managing our money very carefully in exactly the same level of uncertainty as the previous administration had to run the council. But we're not whittling away at reserves. We are balancing the books, and I'm hugely supportive of the work that we've done, our colleagues in finance and Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Leader. Now, members, the recommendations are before you on page 51. The Council is requested to consider the report and be satisfied to acknowledge the projected changes in service spending and the overall resources available to the Council over the medium term to 2029-2030, and also to approve the refreshed medium-term financial strategy as Appendix A and the updated financial forecast at Appendix B. Council, can we take that by affirmation? I think not. I think we therefore move to a recorded vote, please, if we could set that up. Thank you. And as I think members will be aware, if you're in favour of that recommendation, you vote, you press green. If you're against, you press red, or you may choose to abstain by pressing yellow. Bear with us, we've just got one or two technical issues to sort out before we announce the result of that vote.
It's not 66, it's not 32. It's not 66.
For members who are confused by this, you may recall that we have a technical issue that the number at the left, it shows 66. That is not the number present. I don't know quite why that number appears, but I would urge members to ignore it. Have we all voted?
34 members have voted, and there are 34 members in the room.
That's good.
No, it's the 32 that haven't voted. They don't exist. 26 plus 7 plus 1. Yeah.
So 34 members have voted, which is all of those present. Right, I don't think we need a debate on this. 34 members have voted, 26 in favour, 7 against, and with 1 abstention, so that motion is passed. Thank you, members. We then move on to item 8. If we can all accept the outcome of that vote. Item 8 is the appointment of an interim chief finance and section 151 officer. This post is, of course, one of the 3 which has to be made by this council. And I call on Councillor John Williams, the lead cabinet member for resources, to present the report and move the recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm delighted to move this recommendation, although I'm not delighted to see Peter Maddock retire. But I'm delighted that we have Fazana Ahmed to take over as 151 officer, and I would greatly recommend it to full council that we adopt her as our 151 officer. I've worked quite closely with Fazana over many years now. She has supported Peter, as you see in paragraphs 8 and 9 in the production of the council's accounts, and also in the audit, the external audits that we've had. And I'm very pleased that we've found someone within our team to take this forward and to be able to help her develop her career here at South Cambs. So I recommend that we appoint Ms. Ahmed to the 151 role. Thank you.
I believe that Councillor Peter MacDonald is going to second this. Do you wish to speak on this?
Just to say I support the recommendation, and my interaction with Farzan has been
Does anyone
very, very
wish?
good.
I'm sorry, I was premature there. Does anyone wish to speak on this item? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Just to say that we'll fully support Ms Ahmed, and she's been fantastic in relation to the audit, and as a member of the Audit Corporate Governance Committee, ultimately professional and very fair, and has been cool, calm and collected around external auditors, which is not an easy skill to have. And we wish her all the luck with the new role and dealing with those external auditors. Absolutely gutted and devastated that Mr Maddox is leaving, and he's been a great asset for us, 100%. But and hopefully one day we'll see the word interim removed, and she'll stick with us for good.
I don't see any others wishing to speak on this. Can we take this by affirmation?
Agreed.
I'm glad to hear it. And Council, you will have all heard the appreciation of Peter Maddox's work over the years, and we're so glad to know that he's not retiring immediately. We have a little bit longer under your care, which is a matter of relief for us, as well as Councillor Heather Williams said, wishing the new Section 15 officer all the luck. Right. So let us move on to item 9. Members, I am proposing to take this report and indeed the 2 subsequent reports before we have a break. Is everyone all right with that? Right, so item 9 is the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority. There was no report on the original agenda papers, but a report has since been received and has been published as a supplementary item. Do our representatives on the Combined Authority have any comments they wish to make? I think our board member, of course, is Councillor Bridget Smith-Leader.
I'm happy to try and answer any questions as a result of the papers. Sorry that they came late.
And can I take it that our representatives on the other committees mentioned, the Overview and Scrutiny Committee and the Audit and Governance Committee, don't wish to make any particular comments? Right. Are there any questions? Right. Are there any questions for our representatives on the Combined Authority? Councillor Lentel.
Thank you, Chair. Can the representatives confirm whether it's true that the Combined Authority is paying the monitoring officer there £297,000 a year? And what are we getting for the better part of 300 grand a year for a monitoring officer? Thank you.
Is anyone in a position to answer that question? I think the leader will have a go.
Well, I mean, I have absolutely no idea what we're paying our staff there, but just to reassure you that the monitoring officer's job at the Combined Authority is, no bed of roses, and has, the monitoring officer, along with all the other officers at the Combined Authority, work extremely hard, often in difficult circumstances, and, without the efforts of the last interim monitoring officer or the new monitoring officer, the Combined Authority would not be in a position where its best value notice had been withdrawn by the government or not reissued. So I think these people earn every penny that they get.
Before we take any further questions, I have one other. I just want to remind members that in relation to the scope of questions, it has to be about a matter for which this local authority has a responsibility, and also it cannot raise issues about the competence or performance of a councillor or officer. I'm not sure that question did, but we just need to be sure that we keep within those constraints. I think I see Councillor Leeming wanted to ask a question.
Thank you, Chair. Does the leader have any comments you would like to make on the bus routes that have been announced and proposed?
Thank you. With your indulgence, Chair, could I pass this on to Councillor John Williams, who knows everything there is to know about transport and has been sort of leading for us on all things bus with the Combined Authority, because he's much better at it than I am.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. There are a number of changes that are going to happen at the end of November, but we are disappointed that they do not include a proper orbital bus route around Cambridge, and they do not include increasing and the service on the Cambridge Park and Ride routes. We asked the Mayor last Christmas, when he asked for our wish list, that we would like to see, for our residents, an orbital bus service that goes all the way around Cambridge so that people could hop on and off at the park and rides and go on to another park and ride, and also to serve the main business centres. Unfortunately, what is being proposed, and what is no doubt will be introduced in November, will be actually 2 arcs which don't join up. So there's a gap between Newmarket Road Park and Ride and Bateman Road Park and Ride, and another gap between Maddenley Park and Ride and Trumpington Park and Ride. So it's not an orbital route that we asked for, and we're disappointed on that. We're also disappointed that it's still not possible to go out for an evening in Cambridge City and get a park and ride bus back when, for example, the cinema finishes. And again, we did ask the Mayor for later buses on the park and ride services, and unfortunately, again, we are not going to see that in November. So, while yes, there will be some improvements to bus services for our residents, and there will be some new services linking our villages, for most of our residents, they will not see the big improvements that we wanted to see from the Mayor and his bus changes in November. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, unusually, I'm going to go back to the previous question because the Chief Executive is able to give us a little more information on that. Chief Executive.
Thank you. I can confirm that the Combined Authority is not paying $297,000 for the permanent role of the monitoring officer. I think the interim role, which they had for some time, was on a day rate, and I don't know what the day rate was, but I imagine it turned out, as we know from our own experience of interim roles and agency workers, to be considerably more expensive than the permanent role. They have now appointed, I think they appointed a permanent monitoring officer about 3 or 4 months ago.
Right. I don't see any further questions to our representatives on the... I beg your pardon. Councillor Heather Williams.
It's twice in one day you've forgotten me, Chair. I'm start to get complex. So just to ask the leader, it sort of relates to the buses and finance, because if you see on page 34, budget and performance report, budgets are being looked at and have been throughout the documents. So one of the things is also council tax. Obviously the mayoral precept was brought in, and that was going to be to do with buses. And the leader will know, because part of my ward, indeed, before the boundaries, was part of the leader's ward. So Croydon, you'll know very well. I was sat in the reading rooms there, and a bus came past, and everybody stopped and stared out the window. Mainly because actually it turns out the hedges come so low you can't get a bus through, and it got stuck. But also the fact that it was just a bus, because we don't see buses in my neck of the woods, and a lot of residents in many of our wards are getting quite frustrated that they see this precept but don't have anything, and if we're honest, are never going to get anything because of the rural nature of where they are. So in the budget, what is the likelihood of going forward? Are residents that don't receive and use these services going to be continuously charged? I think, and actually, when it comes to staffing costs, that obviously would have come through the budget, and maybe something that if the leader wouldn't mind following up about the senior roles for clarity on who's getting paid what, that might be quite informative.
Thank you. If I could ask Councillor Williams to talk about the buses again, and as far as I know, remuneration for council officers, combined authority, is all publicly available on websites.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Certainly, we've been talking to the Mayor about some form of direct response transport in those areas of the district where it's not possible to operate a conventional bus service. And I'm hopeful that within the next 6 months or so, we will be seeing some proposals for DRT services in those parts of the district where we can't, where the Mayor can't run a conventional bus service.
That sounds like potentially good news. Councillor Dr. Richard Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm sticking with buses. Could I just ask our representatives on the Combined Authority to impress upon the Combined Authority and their officers to the greatest extent they are possible that it is good to engage with district councillors about bus services. You probably have heard of the notorious 7A bus service through Whittlesford, which I think was the most expensive bus. It takes you halfway to Sawston. Sawston is a wonderful place, and I'd like to go all the way there, not just halfway there. But it was raised at a Combined Authority meeting at which I think the leader was present a few months ago by the leader of East Cambs. And in response to that question, the officers promised to engage with local members about that bus service. As far as I'm aware, there's been no engagement. So if our representatives could impress upon officers the importance of engaging with district councillors.
I don't know whether it is a response. Councillor John Williams, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, Councillor Richard Williams will know this actually goes back quite quite a while, and some proposals were put to local members, I think last year, about combining some of the services, in particular combining the 75 with the 31 and the 7A. I know that those discussions have also been continuing with the bus operators as to see what sort of level of service they can support. I will certainly go back and ask where we are with that. Hopefully we can see that there's been some progression since then.
Well, with that, I propose to note that report and move on. We don't need to take a vote on that. Item 10, the Greater Cambridge Partnership. Well, no reports had been received at the time this agenda went to press. Since then, there has, of course, been a report of the Assembly. Some members will be aware of the date, I forget it. And, of course, there was a meeting of the board, I think, yesterday. So perhaps Councillor Brian Mill would like to give us a brief report on that.
Yes, we had a delayed board meeting yesterday, delayed because of the election. And I think I just want to note the most significant item on the agenda from yesterday, through you, Chair, was the CSET's report.
Sorry, Councillor Mills, CSET?
The Cambridge South East Transport Scheme,
I recall,
or CSETs,
yes.
the Southern Busway. And you may remember that the government, in its previous budget, allocated 7.2 million to work on the Francis Crick Avenue and the preparation of the report to go through via the County Council for a Transport Works Act order, and that was passed yesterday, so that will be progressing. Thank you.
Any questions to Councillor Milnes on that, or on other matters? Councillor Heather-Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's quite well documented, my views on it, and I raised them at the Assembly, so I won't seek to repeat that here. But I have raised before, if you look in the packs or the supplementary documents, when we get the combined authority reports, we get to see the audit, the scrutiny, we get to see all the different committees. With the Greater Cambridge Partnership, we don't see the Assembly, and if you look for our packs, we just get the board and not the Assembly. And actually, the Assembly, even though I don't agree with the views of all my colleagues there, it is a good scrutiny point, and and that's something that doesn't get included in the same way the scrutiny from the combined authority gets included. And I have raised this for a good few years now, so I'm going to have one more go at it. I do think it should be included in the reports, and then all of us that sit on the Assembly can be held to account on the minutes and how we've represented this council equally as we are on other committees.
Thank you for that comment. I'm not proposing to ask for a response to it, merely to suggest that on this agenda we haven't attached the notes. I don't think they're formally minutes or even draft minutes as yet, but the notes of that Assembly meeting. We could do so in future. I'm wary of increasing the size of the agenda pack, but certainly we should draw attention to the Assembly. I chose to move directly to the board meeting because I thought that would be of more interest for discussion at this meeting. But I'm always happy for other matters which may have been raised at the Assembly to be discussed here if members choose to raise them. So I don't know whether Councillor Milnes wants to add to that, and then I'll come to Councillor Lentel after that.
Yes, I note Councillor Williams' comments, and I'd agree with her particularly about the work of the Assembly, which is very valuable. They spend a lot of time diligently working through all the matters before them, and we take them into great heed at the Executive Board.
Councillor Lentel.
Thank you, Chair. Last week, the GCP published on its social media page the statement that floating bus stops create a safer environment for pedestrians and cyclists. This contradicts what the RNIB have said about floating bus stops, quote, Evidence tells us that the current design of bus stop bypasses is dangerous for blind and partially sighted people. Will this council's representatives at the GCP do everything in their power to ensure that the GCP are not misleading the public and that they are following the guidance from the RNIB on behalf of blind and partially residents? Thank you.
Councillor Mills.
I'll take note of that and investigate this issue with officers. Thank you.
Okay. Well, with that, I think we can note this report and move on. Item 11, the Oxford to Cambridge Pan-Regional Partnership, which is on pages, you have a report on pages 85 to 90 of your written papers. And I invite the leader to speak to this report.
It's a pretty comprehensive report, so I'm happy to answer or try and answer any questions on it.
Any questions to the leader on this report? Councillor Heather-Williams.
More of a request. I do note there is more content than there has been previously, and I've asked for that, and I thank the leader for that. But there are so many abbreviations and acronyms that mean so many different things. I mean, MRP, for example, MRP stands for multiple different things when we talk about stuff. So perhaps if we could try and either reduce the abbreviations or make it really clear, because those of us sort of in this bubble, we're very familiar on what we mean in what context when we're talking about them. But for others trying to read this, in fact, I did have a friend of mine read it and said, what on earth, have you got enough alphabet? So it might be something for us to just to feed back.
Right.
Thank you, noted.
Yes, and I share the concern about TLAs. I might just ask I will come to Councillor Khan in a minute, ask the leader a question myself. Reference at 4.2 to the all-partner conference on 29th of November. Would that be an option for members of this council to attend if they wish?
Yes, of course. It's a jolly good event. There should be some ministers present. Yeah, so please do.
Thank you. Councillor Martin Cowan.
The links between Oxford and Cambridge include not just the East-West Rail, but also the main road between Oxford and Cambridge. Recently, the A421 at Marston Mortain has been flooded very seriously. Has the Oxford-Cambridge Partnership looked at this? Does it have any proposals? How will this affect? Can you report back on that?
So, right, yes. So I have to drive there really quite often and go and collect a grandchild, and what should be a 40-minute journey has been a 3.5-hour round trip, thanks to the 41 being under 8 feet of water and the pumping station being at the lowest point and being swamped by the water as well, which doesn't seem to be terribly good design. I think it's outside the remit of the Pan-Regional Partnership, but yeah, it'll be, yes, National Highways is being spoken in my ear, so I think it's outside of their remit, but it's obviously something that, yeah, I'm sure we'll be discussing it because, you know, we spend a lot of time talking about the impact of climate change, and, you know, that amount of water is an impact of climate change, so, yeah, we're not going to solve it, but we are very, very aware, and I'm particularly very aware.
A question from Councillor Anna Bradman, please.
Thank you. It was just following on from the request from Councillor Heather-Williams for abbreviations, people to be careful. Can I just speak in the words of our erstwhile chairman, Douglas de Lacy, who was an advocate for spelling things out in full, please, because it's really important that people understand what the papers are about. Thank you.
Right, so we have a number of comments on TLAs, modal verbs, standard deviations, and I'm quickly getting out of my depth, so I shall move on quickly to the next item. Membership of committees and outside bodies. This standing item affords group leaders the opportunity to inform council of any changes to committee membership And firstly, I think Council is asked to approve the nomination of Councillor Jeff Harvey as the new chair of the Climate and Environment Advisory Committee. Do I have a proposer for this? Leader, thank you. And a seconder? Oh, Councillor Martin Cahn, who of course is one of the current vice chairs of this committee. Members, are you content to take this by affirmation?
Agreed.
All agreed. I don't hear anyone objecting or even abstaining. Thank you. Now, I'm not aware of any other changes to committee membership, but does either the leader or the leader of the opposition group have any other changes? Right. Well, members, we're about to come on to questions from councillors. I suggest this might be a good moment to take a short break and meet again at 15:25, if we may. Thank you, members. We will now continue this meeting of South Cambridge District Council on the 3rd of October after a short break, and we are now live again. We come to item 13 on our agenda, questions from councillors. And I remind us all that the period of 30 minutes is available for all these questions, including both questions where notice has been provided as set out on the agenda, and if time remaining at the end, questions with notice have been dealt with, then we will deal with any other questions which have been notified to the democratic services before the meeting. I would just remind members that in your papers we have written responses to some of the questions not put at the last council meeting on 18th of July, page 27. Some of those are relevant to today. And of course, if there are matters which we can't deal with today, we will give written responses as before. Before I actually invite members to ask their questions, you're very welcome to just say, as written, because we have a lot of questions today, and I am very keen to ensure that all of those who've tabled questions get a chance to ask them. So I invite Councillor Dan Lentell to ask his question.
Thank you, Chair, as on the paper.
Thank you. Leader.
Thank you very much. So thank you for your question, Councillor Lentell. It's not really an easy question to answer because there is no definition of bullying. And as you know, it's very subjective. So one person's bullying is another person's banter. And similarly, I, on a day when I was feeling fragile, may feel bullied by an event or a remark, but actually it might be water off a duck's back on a day when I'm feeling more robust. So because I found this difficult, I did quite a lot of research and found the explanation that I felt best suited the workplace on the ACAS website, and I just thought the most helpful thing.
Sorry,
ACAS.
Yes.
ACAS website. Okay. So
I think everyone knows the Advisory, Conciliation and Arbitration Service.
Thank you. So I thought this, if you'll forgive me, if you'll allow me to read this. So it says, although there's no legal definition of bullying, it can be described as unwanted behaviour from a person or group that is either offensive, intimidating, malicious or insulting, or an abuse or misuse of power that undermines, humiliates or causes physical or emotional harm to some. Then goes on to say bullying might be a regular pattern of behaviour or a one-off incident. Could happen face-to-face, on social media or in emails or calls. It can happen at work or in other work-related situations. And this is quite critical, not always be obvious or noticed by others. So it goes on to say it's possible someone might know their behaviour is bullying. It can still be bullying even if they do not realise it or do not intend to bully someone. And then some examples of bullying. Constantly criticising someone's work. Spreading malicious rumours about someone. Constantly putting someone down in meetings. Deliberately giving someone a heavier workload than everyone else. Excluding someone from team social events. Putting humiliating, offensive or threatening comments or photos on social media. And then just to finish off, it talks about upward bullying. So bullying can also happen from staff towards someone more senior, for example, a manager, and this is sometimes called upward bullying or subordinate bullying. It can be from one employee or a group of employees. And examples of upward bullying can include showing continued disrespect, refusing to complete tasks, spreading rumours, constantly undermining someone's authority, and doing things to make someone seem unskilled or unable to do their job properly. So I was going to stop there, and hopefully that exemplifies how very difficult it is to make generalisations about bullying, because it is all to do with different situations and different people. Thank you.
Did you have a supplementary?
I do, and I'm sorry to drag up the past. It's a bad habit. In July In July of 2020, an article was published in Cambridgeshire News in which the leader of this council was accused by a former colleague. The headline was "Ex-South Cambs councillor claims bullying tactics led to resignation." Okay, and just to quote briefly from the article, "I've been shocked," said this councillor, "I've been shocked throughout at what I regard as the bullying tactics of the leader, Councillor Bridget Smith." I just wonder, when we used the word bullying at our last meeting, which was to do with a report and how it was being presented and how it was being, how questions were being asked by the leader of the opposition, I wonder if the leader has ever taken a moment to reflect on this item that remains in the public domain and has never been satisfactorily answered, as far as I can see.
And just before the leader responds, I would just remind us all of the scope for questions. We may reject a question, and that applies to a supplementary too, which raises issues about the competence or performance of a councillor or officer. However, I think Councillor Bridget Smith is happy to answer the question.
If you'd like me to put the question in a simpler form, does the leader recognise that in her time as leader, there have been instances where her behaviour could have been different and potentially less harmful to others?
I'm not sure that is actually any more helpful than the original, but I'll still ask the leader to address it, if she wishes to.
This sounds like a personal attack. I'm not, because there is somebody else involved other than me, who is no longer a councillor and not here to put their side of things. I think it'd be really, really inappropriate for me to comment further on this because the other person involved is not here and doesn't know that this is being brought up in a public meeting. I think it's very inappropriate.
There are procedures for dealing with such matters at the time or even subsequently, and we as a council have reasons for having limits to the scope of questions and indeed supplementaries, and I should perhaps have acted earlier because I think this question goes well beyond those limits. So I'm going to move on to the next question. Thank you, Councillor Untel. Councillor Eden van der Weyer, your question, please.
As written, thank you.
So who's going to answer this? I think the leader's going to answer this. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you very much for this question, Councillor van der Weyer. So I've already referenced this to some degree in the discussion about the MTFS. So the response was overwhelmingly positive. We received the final report last week, and I think it's now gone up on our website, so everyone can have a look through it in more detail. But if I just run through some of the main points now. The peers, as well as congratulating us on our financial stability, congratulated us on getting our accounts up to date, on our excellent community strategy, which was a specific ask of theirs, and the work we're doing to develop our performance framework and the new corporate plan, which we've already heard we're consulting on now. They commented on how we have stronger working relationships with parishes. We've made progress on our transformation programme, and we're really impressed by our people strategy, which I think is something we should be immensely proud of, and I thank the officers for the considerable effort they've put into that. They commented particularly on our values, which are now really visible around the building, and on the fact that it was clear the organisation is really embedding these values into our work, and I thank the leadership team for all their work on that. A thread that ran through a lot of their comments was that they applauded our collaborative approach to working with partners and the energy and thoughtfulness with which colleagues and members approached our work, and on the strong leadership that is so patently obvious within the organisation. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor van der Weyer, did you have a supplementary?
Yes, thank you very much. Does the leader feel that the peer review process as a whole has benefited the council?
Absolutely. I mean, it wasn't easy. It involved a massive amount of work on behalf of our colleagues to put together a really comprehensive report. But I think the fact that it resulted in an action plan which actually we highlighted stuff that perhaps wasn't at the forefront of our thinking, and we've expedited all of this, with tremendous speed. Actually, yes, it is absolutely worthwhile. And as somebody who does corporate peer reviews on other councils, kind of have to say that, but actually I do believe it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we move to question 13C from Councillor Judith Rippeth.
As written.
Leader, sorry. Who do you want to answer that?
It's Councillor John Batchelor, please, could take this one, thank you.
Right, thank you very much. First off, I'd like to thank Councillor Rippeth not only for the question, but for her diligent work in championing the White Ribbon cause. So I'm pleased to report that we received accreditation for the White Ribbon in July this year, which is only 3 or 4 months into the work being done on this. We had anticipated it would take more than a year. So I also need to thank Beth Watson from the communities and Heather Woods from housing, who have led all this work and done a brilliant job. Now, the crux of the work of White Ribbon is for men to challenge other men when presenting harmful attitudes and behaviours, including undermining banter, predatory comments, which perpetuate gender inequality and which can lay the ground for gender-based violence. The central premise is to never use, excuse, or remain silent about men's violence against women and girls. The next step for those who would like to is to become an ambassador or a champion. Ambassadors are men and are at the heart of White Ribbon in challenging stereotypes and harmful attitudes, both in themselves and men around them. Champions are women and others who do not identify as male, who encourage and challenge men to get involved, hold men to account, and can ensure that women's voices are heard in this work. We already have a number of members who are in the process of signing up as ambassadors and champions, and this is a fantastic start. Members can also engage with the work that the steering group are coordinating to raise awareness in communities. This includes highlighting White Ribbon to parish councils and reminding them that we can support them to become a White Ribbon support organisation, which is a tier below accreditation and designed for smaller organisations. As part of this, officers and members alike are asked to help us ensure that support for victims of domestic abuse is widely understood among colleagues and residents, and how to signpost when required. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Before I ask Councillor Rippeth to ask a supplementary, I mentioned earlier the written responses to questions at the last council, which was, I think, a few days before we received accreditation, and there is a written response on page 29, which sets out the state of play at that stage, and it's very helpful, I think, to have Councillor John Batchelor's further information on this. Councillor Judith Rippeth, did you want to ask a supplementary?
Yeah, just a quick supplementary. I'm hoping the answer is yes. Is the council planning to mark White Ribbon Day this coming November?
Yeah, thanks very much. So the answer is yes. White Ribbon Day is on the 25th of November. We are currently planning how to mark this, so we'll circulate this opportunity to members as soon as possible. In addition, there is a domestic abuse and sexual violence partnership event being hosted in Brampton on the 29th of November as part of the 2024 White Ribbon campaign. This event is specifically for men in public sector leadership roles in the county, and anyone interested should contact the steering group for more information. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Next question is from Councillor Stephen Drew.
As written.
Who's going to answer this? I think the leader is going to answer. Thank you, leader.
So, thank you very much. The letter that you know we sent to the Secretary of State asking the government to finally let us know what it was planning for East West Rail, and let us therefore get on with representing our residents, and we've talked about this before, it was was stimulated because we are in a position of just not knowing at the moment. So we received a letter back on the 24th of August, which was sent out to parish councils as part of the August Clerk's Bulletin. Disappointingly, it was just a holding response and gave us no new information, and we still have no idea whether there will be any reference to East West Rail in the budget. We've had 2 meetings with East West Rail since then, and we've continued to push for the improvements that our communities have told us are important to them, as I've said earlier in the public questions. And I hope these discussions will have made an impact on the final decisions whenever they are announced. But we're waiting for them to publish their consultations with their plans, hopefully in November.
Thank you. Councillor Drew, did you have a supplementary?
No, I thank the the leader for her ironically detailed and incredibly well explained answer to the question. There is no need for a follow-up.
Next we have Councillor Anna Bradman.
Thank you, Chair. As written.
Leader.
Okay, thank you. So, at the Minister's request, this is Matthew Pennycook, the new Housing Minister, the leader of City, the leader of County and the Mayor met with him and a gaggle of his civil servants to, I think it was, I'm not sure we did anything, I think it was a get to know you meeting. So, we've been doing work with Peter. I should add that Peter Freeman was in the meeting as well, sitting beside Matthew Pennycook. So he seems to be quite focused on Greater Cambridge. Realises the potential here. Myself and Mike Davey, the leader of City Council, were able to show him a couple of maps. One demonstrating where the growth is going to be delivered in our existing local plan, and where the potential for growth is in the future, the emerging local plan. I felt that we were getting listened to far more seriously than we were by his predecessor, which is encouraging. We've not heard anything back since then. So, we're still very unclear about any detail about how the government intends to work with us as the local authorities. What delivery model, if they are determined to increase the amount of housing here, they need to understand the impact of that on our local plan, and those conversations, I believe, are ongoing at officer level at the moment. But, they obviously, the government needs to tell us what sort of delivery model they want. Now, we've been very insistent all along that local leaders, local councils have to be involved, and if the government are serious about delivering on their priorities, they will do it far more quickly and far better by involving us than excluding us. So I hope that has landed. You will probably recall that under the previous government, sort of an embryonic growth company board was established, and myself and the other leaders and the mayor were invited to go on the board. I don't know who else is going to be on it. That is due to meet soon, either the end of this month or the beginning of next month. Seen no agenda, don't know who else is going to be on the board, but it is now getting mobilised, and hopefully when that's up and running, I'll have lots more of interest to tell you.
Just to clarify, Leader, that last meeting referred to, was that an advisory position or a board position that we're talking about?
So the meeting that on the 12th of November was at Matthew Pennycook's invitation. I think he just wanted to have a look at the whites of our eyes. It was sort of very much it was a friendly get-to-know-you meeting. I'm now informed by Peter Freeman that there will be a first meeting of the Growth Company Board either the end of this month or beginning of next month. So I know no more than that.
So it's the board that would meet. Thank you.
The board will be meeting.
Councillor Bradnam, did you have a supplementary?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Next question is from my Vice Chair, Councillor Peter Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. As written.
And who's going to respond on this? I think Councillor Henry Batchelor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you very much to Councillor Sanford for asking the question. I think we as a council can be very proud of our cost of living support work, This is all discretionary work that the council isn't obliged to do, but it's something we've opted to do ourselves. And I think in terms of feedback from members of the public, the cost of living work is one of the main things that consistently gets raised as a positive thing that people in South Cambridgeshire see that South Cambridgeshire District Council provides. So yeah, I mean, I think it's something that I personally, as the portfolio holder, and us as a council, I think should be extremely proud of. I'm going to just very quickly run through some of the main areas of support that we do as a council provide, but this isn't the extent of the list, but I appreciate we want to try and get through as many questions, so I will be as brief as I possibly can, Chair. I mentioned in my response at the beginning to the Member of Public about the LIFT piece of work, the Low Income Family Tracker, which essentially layers multiple internal and external databases to help us identify those members of our communities that might be in need of support. So obviously we have that piece of work that helps us be more proactive rather than reactive to cost of living issues. We also have 19 community hubs which connect rural residents to vital services, which include things such as debt advice, food aid and housing support. The hubs also encourage community-led activities and have actually seen over 5,400 visits in the past 6 months. And the average is 912 visits per month. So, you know, these things are very well used. Last year, we had 500 electric blankets that were distributed to those people with heating cost payment issues, with a focus on residents receiving disability benefits and council tax support. There was an 84% uptake rate, and plans are in place to extend this support this year, with a focus on older people who are just above the threshold for pension credits, who will narrowly miss out on the winter fuel payments that, again, we had a question about earlier on. We've also supported mobile food hubs in the areas where other food bank provision was not available. It's expanded now to 8 locations, supporting well over 2,000 residents since its inception. We're continuing to support vulnerable residents by working in partnership with Hope CIC, delivering emergency food parcels to residents across the district. And then looking ahead, the council is currently reviewing the next steps for cost of living support beyond March 2025, ensuring that we do continue to provide essential services to those who are in need. And we'll also be launching a new advertising campaign ahead of the winter months to promote awareness of our cost of living support. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Sanford, did you have a supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Batchelor, for your response. Can we ensure that the relevant information is posted where those in need can access it? I think you mentioned Facebook pages earlier, but perhaps an article in the South Cambs magazine, subject to space, etc. Thank you.
Yes, is the short answer to that. Yeah, absolutely. We want people to take up these services. As I think I mentioned in my previous answer, I think there's about 40% of benefits, for example, go unclaimed. So we're doing everything we can within our powers to promote this, including paying for advertising outside of our own media. So, we are doing as much as we can, and, you will be seeing an advert, an article in our own South Cambs magazine, which will be, in the next edition of that. So, yes, is the answer. We will be publicising.
Thank you for that. The next question is from Councillor Sunita Hansraj. Just before you ask that question, we've got 8 minutes to go, so I would be grateful if we could keep questions and, where possible, answers as brief as possible. Councillor Hansraj.
As written, please.
Who's going to take that? Councillor MacDonald.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hansraj. So South Cambs District Council, we've allocated £100,000 in total to support people looking to set up a business or to help businesses already established with 9 or less employees. This fund is supporting businesses registered and trading in South Cambridgeshire with up to £5,000 to help them achieve their growth plans by providing business support, tools and equipment, branding and marketing and such areas. So the process is opened and we announced on September the 3rd, and it will close around the 31st of October 2024, depending on funds being exhausted. And if any funds remain unspent, we will extend the timetable. So far, we received 8 eligible applications from businesses who are trading, and they're in the areas of wellbeing, leisure, hospitality, tech, recreation, etc. Thank you. I was talking fast, Chair.
Appreciate it. Councillor Hansraj, did you have a supplementary?
No, thank you.
No. Right. Councillor Heather Williams.
As written, Chair.
I think on this, who's going to It's Councillor John Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Well, to answer this question, we went to the experts, so we went to the analysis at the universities for their comment, which they did as follows. The sections containing that comment with the word robust refer to one specific element of the analysis for two variables, on business rate and council tax collection rates. This is the analysis looking for statistically significant changes over time. It is clear from many of the graphs in the report that the data points fluctuate from month to month. These seemingly random fluctuations could be caused by any number of different factors, such as changes in the weather, staff turnover, technical problems, etc. Using robust statistical methods, we can determine whether differences between the 4-day week period and the earlier time periods might just be due to these monthly fluctuations, or whether we can be confident that something different really was happening during the 4-day week trial. Such analyses of statistical significance typically require a minimum of about 30 data points to be robust. For most of the analyses in the report, we have about 60 to 90 months of data for each KPI, so it is possible to do such analyses. However, because we conducted analysis for these two variables just on the end of year numbers rather than the monthly ones, we only have 8 data points, i.e. 8 years worth of data. So it is not possible to perform the same types of statistical tests. You would therefore be correct to say it would be difficult to draw statistically significant conclusions from this analysis on these two KPIs. And I remember the two KPIs are business rates and council tax, okay? As they would not be sufficiently robust. However, this is not the case for the vast majority of the analyses in the report, which are not restricted to such a small sample of data points. There are, of course, other ways in which conclusions could be drawn on these two variables, such as by a visual inspection of the time series graphs.
Is there a supplementary?
Yes, so we've just heard in the answer there that things can change. There can be factors that aren't anything to do with the 4-day week that can affect the performance. Was any information given in relation to process changes for this report, such as automation of services and the hundreds of process changes that have happened through this period, so that the people looking at the 4-day week report could determine whether the performance was maintained, improved or got worse due to process changes as opposed to rested staff?
Through you, Chair, I think to answer that, we must go back to the analysis who did the analysis, because we wouldn't have that information at the moment.
Okay. So, might we be able to provide a written response to that supplementary?
Oh yeah, most certainly, yes.
Yes, thank you. And I would remind all members that we are going over some ground here that was covered in questions at the last council, and indeed in the answers, as the written answers set out. So I would urge questioners to bear that in mind, and also those answering to limit their answers to any necessary updates. Councillor Graham-Cohen.
Thank you, Chair, as on the papers.
And this one, I think, Councillor John Williams will answer again. Is that right?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Due to the varied nature of emails that the Council receives, there is no straightforward way to measure response times to emails without putting into place a resource-intensive process that will take up considerable amounts of officer time. Many of the emails that officers receive are general notifications of conferences, exhibitions and events, invitations to view articles in online magazines, sales emails, notifications from professional bodies and spam. These types of emails seldom require officers to respond and are often best dealt with by being skim-read and deleted. As part of our transformation programme, we have already started to look at how we can move away from receiving unstructured emails that are difficult to monitor and often do not contain the information we need to deliver a speedy and effective service. Instead, we are looking to expand our range of e-forms that can guide customers to provide us with the information needed, allowing us to resolve their request first time and, equally importantly, allowing us to monitor response times to ensure we are meeting residents' expectations.
Councillor Cohn.
Thank you, Chair. I have no supplementary.
Thank you. So we then move on to Councillor Tom Bigott.
As in the order paper.
And I think Councillor John Williams is going to respond to this one as well.
Yes, thank you, Chair. When we started the 4-day week for desk-based employees, we took a decision to reduce hours by 20%, meaning a full-time employee would go from 37 hours to 30 hours. As Councillor Bidcott will recall, at Council in July, we assessed all of the data from the desk-based trial and the waste trial, and we took the decision to align hours at 32 hours per week for a full-time employee. Using this basis, the number of employees working over their contracted hours will be significantly less than the 37% that was happening when they were working 30 hours. Although obviously we can't be sure because of this self-reported data, and it will change from week to week. We know that a small number of employees always did work over their hours when they were working 37 hours, and what they told us in the survey results was that the 4-day week has reduced this need because of the way that work has been reorganised and they have become more efficient.
Councillor Bigott, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, sir. Will the council have to employ additional staff in the future to ensure that all roles can be done within 4 days? And when would a decision be made that that would be necessary? Thank you.
Councillor Williams.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, the whole trial is based on the premise that we will not need to employ more people to cover for people who are working a 4-day week as opposed to a 5-day week. I mean, obviously, as time goes on, roles will change, and I think, as I said in the past, you know, we don't stand still. We are continually evolving this and being smarter in the way we do things, but essentially, we did not expect and have not needed to employ people on the basis that people are now working 32 hours instead of 37 hours.
Thank you. Members, that brings to an end our question time. We have used up the 30 minutes, so my apologies to Councillor Dr. Richard Williams and those after him. They will, of course, get written replies. Councillor Heather Williams, I think you had a point of information. I'm happy to take that.
Do you have point of information? Just to clarify, obviously there are extra staff being recruited because in the waste service we've had reports showing that. So it was sort of suggested that we weren't employing any more staff because of the 4-day week, whereas actually we've got more crews. That may have been a misunderstanding.
I think it would be helpful for Councillor John Williams just to respond to that before we move on to the next
side to that, the changes to the waste teams came about as a result of a review which was not associated with the 4-day week. You know, we have every 5 or 6 years need to review our collection rounds, and it was a result of that that we employed more rounds to deal with that.
Right, I think it is time to move on to the next business. I'm sure that Councillor Heather Williams is fully aware of the what is stated about point of information. I will be very tight on taking points of information, but thank you, I think we've dealt with that one. So that is all of the questions before us, and we now move on to motions. So as I say, those who weren't reached will get an answer. So item 14, motions to be considered. I remind members we have a maximum period of 30 minutes for each motion to be moved, and that includes seconded and debated, dealing with any amendments. And at the expiry of that 30-minute period, debate will stop immediately, and only the mover of the original motion or the amendment will have the right to reply before we put it to the vote. And proposers have a maximum of 5 minutes, others a maximum of 3 minutes, although I do have discretion to extend that, but I would be very reluctant to do so given the time. So if we move on to the first motion, which is standing in the name of Dr. Richard Williams, 14A. I should say before we hear this that I received 2 motions for this council meeting which were very similar, both from Dr. Richard Williams and from Councillor Dr. Lisa Redrup, and I asked them both to work together to form one motion. I'm very glad that they were able to do so, which is what is before us now. Councillor Williams, please, would you move the motion?
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, I just did want to start by saying I'm very pleased to propose this motion with a joint text agreed by both of the political groups on the council. And I did also want to make the point that even though the motion is in my name, it also is proposed by my colleague Councillor Lisa Redrup, who I'm very pleased to be bringing this motion with. And I hope through the unanimous political agreement on this motion that we can send a clear message to the government that we think its decision to cancel winter fuel payments is unacceptable and should be reversed. So I wanted to start by just briefly highlighting some of the facts or some of the key statistics that we mention in our joint motion. As I'm sure most members will know, the winter fuel allowance was introduced by the Labour government in 1997, and it's something that has been maintained by Labour governments, Conservative governments, and the Liberal Democrats as well when they were in government in the coalition. So as we all know, the government is proposing to withdraw automatic winter fuel payments to pensioners this winter. And that means that for a single pensioner with a weekly income of anything above £218.15 per week, they will lose their winter fuel payment. £218.15 a week amounts to just £11,000 a year. So any pensioner, single pensioner, who earns more than £11,000 will lose their winter fuel payment. And that figure of 11,000 is less than 1/3 of the average annual wage in the UK, which is £35,000. So we are not talking by any stretch of the imagination about people who are well off losing their payments. According to the DWP itself, the change in policy means that winter fuel support is being withdrawn from 10 million individuals across the country, and Age UK estimates that 1.6 million of those people who are having their winter fuel payment withdrawn live in poverty, with a further 900,000 people in that category living just above the poverty line. So that means that over 2 million pensioners in poverty or just above poverty are going to lose their winter fuel payment this winter. And that is not all. The government's own equality impact assessment, which was published eventually to explain the change, suggests that over 750,000 pensioners on the very lowest incomes are unlikely to claim pension credit and therefore will also lose the winter fuel payment even though they would be eligible for it. So we could be looking at nearly 3 million of the poorest pensioners facing the winter, unsure if they can afford to heat their homes. So what does that mean for us in South Cambs? Well, as we set out in our motion, there are an estimated 28,538 pensioners in the South Cambs district who will lose their winter fuel payment. That's 91%, as I think the Cabinet member mentioned earlier, of pensioners who will lose their entitlement. And we could be looking at up to 1/3 of that number, possibly in the region of 7, 8, 9,000, 10,000 across our own district, if we apply the national trends to South Cambs. 7 or 8, 9,000 of those people in South Cambs are likely to be living below or only just above the poverty line yet, as I say, are being forced to face the winter without the support that they had previously been given. And all of this at a time, as we all know, when heating costs are rising. The energy price cap was raised by £150 just 3 days ago. I certainly welcome the steps that the Council is taking, that were outlined earlier by the Cabinet member, to increase awareness of pension credit and to encourage as many people as possible to claim pension credit, and that will certainly have our support. So it's not only the effect, but it's also the speed of this. This is being done giving pensioners hardly any notice and ability to adapt for the winter, and it's worth bearing in mind that it takes 9 weeks on average to claim a pension credit, for pension credit to be processed. So having announced this in the summer, they have not given pensioners sufficient time. So I'm very pleased to bring forward this motion with the support of both parties, and I hope that the Council stands up for the thousands of pensioners in the district facing a winter of worry and uncertainty as a result of the choices made by this government. I think they need to think again, and I hope all members can support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Very precisely timed as well. I assume from this that Councillor Lisa Redrup will be seconding this motion. Do you want to speak now? I should say to all those proposing or seconding motions, it is extremely helpful if the seconder will speak at the beginning, because it makes it easier to ensure that we finish in time, but it is your choice.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to second it, but I was hoping to reserve my right to speak at the end.
Fair enough, that's your choice. So, do we have any other speakers on this? We have, who's first?
I'm not sure. But
I think, maybe I was looking the wrong way, but I saw Councillor Peter MacDonald first.
Thanks, Chair. I'll be quick. I too would support Councillor Williams' motion, but I just want to remind all members that this kind of motion that's coming with the new government is not necessarily consistent in terms of what the Conservatives have looked at and considered in the past. So the winter fuel payment is a few £100. It's very important, and I know that from residents in my area. The impact on the oil and gas prices over the last 2 years on the average household, including pensioners, of course, is thousands of pounds. Under the previous government, they completely refused to look at a windfall tax, which was championed both by Lib Dems and by Labour members. And this is really disappointing. So, on the one hand, I'm delighted to see that they're thinking about pensioners now. It's a great pity for the last 14 years prior to that, and especially in the context of the invasion of Ukraine, and the unwillingness to implement a windfall tax to offset some of the pain that pensioners and other residents were considering. So, as I say, I will support the motion, and I'm just very pleased that they've found, some sympathy for pensioners and in the current cost of energy. Thank you.
Next, I call Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. And I feel I might just have to change what I was going to say following those comments and remarks. First of all, I was going to ask that when the minutes and the public record of this is brought, I know that Councillor Lisa Redrup has done a lot of work on this as well. I was going to ask that it stand in both their names when we report the record to reflect the work done by Councillor Redrup. I will say that pensioners and supporting them, particularly in my area, which has got a high proportion of bungalows in my ward, I have an older population than most, so it's something that I very much support. And I'm watching carefully to what happens in relation to if the single person's discount is removed on council tax, because that will affect many elderly people. And so that's something just to be on watch that we're looking for. That I look forward to working with Councillor Bridget Smith, the leader, on the letters that's sent forward, and that I think it's really important that it's done on a cross-party basis to show the strength of support. But I've now had to put in a little extra bonus that at some point, Chair, I do feel that the administration, Cabinet, any members, they're going to have to accept that they can't point the finger at the party that we represent forever. There are decisions made, some in coalition, and time again, that's thrown at us and retrospective things. This is a positive motion that we can all get behind in order to serve our residents. And it'd be nice if perhaps that could be left as it was.
Thank you. Councillor Henry Batchelor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I thought it was probably worth speaking on this, given that I think 2 of the 4 bullet points asking us to do things relate to my own portfolio. So I think the first bullet point is asking us to make use of the low-income families tracker that's been mentioned a few times this meeting. And the 4th bullet point is asking us to essentially promote those that need it to take up applying for pensions credits. So, yeah, I just wanted to just reconfirm what my colleagues have said, is that I'm fully supportive of this motion, and those 2 specific requests we are already some way to doing. I mean, I'm not going to rehash my answer to the member of public at the beginning as to what exactly we're doing as a council, but I think that's very clear. And in terms of promotion of you know, the pension credits scheme and for those to take it up, I think, yeah, again, you know, we do have a comprehensive sort of advertising schedule and promotion plan for that. So, yeah, just wanted to add my support for the motion and hope others can as well.
Thank you. Councillor Stephen Drew.
Thank you, Chair. The thing about compassion is that compassion has to apply to all. And I absolutely accept the point that Councillor Heather Williams has just made in terms of wanting to work positively, wanting to recognise that the Conservative group are seeking to defend and promote the needs of older residents within our community. But where was this compassion when we had a benefit cap imposed on people who had more than 2 children? Where was this compassion when we had a government that spent many, many years saying that the way in which they wish to solve their potential public sector deficits was to reduce the amount of spending that took place from central government on benefits generally? Where was the compassion when people who were clearly disabled and clearly unable to work faced assessments in which they were told that they had to go to work because the Conservative government refused to recognise the fact that they were unable to work? There are so many examples of where compassion has not been shown to groups within society who, for whatever reason, the Conservatives decide are perhaps not as deserving of compassion. It is absolutely the case that older residents do not deserve to face the decision that the Labour government has made. However, compassion needs to apply to all, and as a result, whilst Councillor Williams obviously rightly says we should look at things being positive, I do judge poorly the fact that the Conservative group decide that they care about this group in society, but are not prepared to care about all. I absolutely will support the motion, based both on the Conservative group's promotion of it and Councillor Redbrooke's promotion of it as well. Thank you, Chair.
Before I come to Councillor Helen Leeming, who I think wanted to speak, did I see a speaker on this side of the chamber? I didn't. Okay, so personal explanation, let's just be clear. A member who may appear to have been misunderstood in the present debate. Was there something in this debate, Councillor Heather Williams, which you felt may appear to have been misunderstood?
It's been misunderstood that we are showing compassion to one group and not another. In fact, when previously the groups have been referred to there in relation to child benefit, actually we completely agreed with the sentiment. We didn't agree on how the proposal was to resolve. So I'm sorry, Chair, but my group have shown compassion to all. We do. We live that. We represent all of our residents. And to suggest that one group in this council cares and is compassionate, another one doesn't, is not representing fairly what I have said, all my colleagues, through the various debates going forward.
Thank you for that point of explanation. I would say to all councillors that this debate is on a motion about what this council can do, and I think it would be helpful if we focused on that, and we must not assume that showing compassion in one area necessarily means that we are not wishing to show compassion in other areas. Let us focus on the subject of this motion, please. Councillor Helen Leeming.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to support this motion. Heating bills are set to rise this winter. We all know that this is a risk that's on the horizon. And the cut of the removal of the pension credit will affect a group of people that have no other options to raise further income. Unlike working age people, they can't go out and get another job. And it's an unacceptable situation that there'll be a number of people who are put in a position where they're trying to make decisions between heating and eating. However, I am going to say that whilst we understand the difficult position that the new and incoming government, they inherited a difficult financial situation. I don't think it's acceptable to balance the books on the backs of this vulnerable group of people. Thank you.
I see no other speaker, so I come back to Councillor Lisa Redrup to second the motion, and will no doubt expound a little bit more on what is being asked of this council in respect to this motion.
Sure. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Councillor Richard Williams for working with me on this motion, and to the Chair for giving us time to work on that. So thank you. So thank you everyone for discussing this, and clearly there's some issues raised. I mean, for me, I think it's about how we make choices and where we decide those choices fall. You know, if we say we need to make savings, who is it that we ask to help us make those savings? Who has to pay more, or in this case, receive less? And what harm might come from that? So, I'm concerned, along with Councillor Richard Williams, that this will have harm, and that harm does fall onto those who are much more vulnerable. And there are people who find these payments critical to pay for their winter fuels. And I think that's why we've seen so much upset over this choice by the government, because we know that it will cause harm and take away help from many who do need it. As Richard Williams said, it's coming in very quickly, giving people little time to adapt and apply for pension credit where they're eligible. And of course, there's other people who are still on a low income, but who will not be eligible for pension credit. And so they'll be hit even harder, as they don't have any way to raise their income. The other concern is that we're seeing that the expected savings from this choice are diminishing as more people than expected by the government sign up for pension credit. So sort of a positive, but also the impact of the policy is likely to be much less than expected. So I'd like very much for us to follow the example of the 72 Liberal Democrat MPs who voted to scrap this cut, and do what we can as a council to help those most affected by the removal of the winter fuel payment. So the Chair asked me to expand on what we're going to do, we'd like them to do so, is to ask the government to review the decision and ensure that vulnerable pensioners are protected from fuel poverty, but also to do what we can to support eligible pensioners in South Cambridgeshire by raising awareness of pension credits and working to identify those who are eligible for pension credits. So I was really happy to hear from Councillor Henry Batchelor about all the work that's planned already. It sounds like that aspect of this motion is already well underway, and I'm very grateful to him for that. So thank you very much.
Dr. Richard Williams, you proposed this. Do you want to reply to the debate?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll reply briefly just to thank Councillor Redrup again, who's a colleague and somebody I have great respect for. I'm glad to hear the contributions from members supporting this. I mean, I'm afraid I am tempted to say you just can't agree with some people. I mean, it's really sad that, the temptation to make fairly cheap partisan points couldn't have been let go here. I went out of my way to say I agreed with and would support what the Cabinet member said earlier. I could have sat there nitpicking. I don't want to do that. I think it's much better if we just try and speak with one voice, but I don't want to make it worse by going down that road. So to thank Councillor Redrup again, and to thank the members opposite who have supported this. I just wanted to finish with one point really, which was something that the House of Lords Select Committee on Delegated Legislation said when they were looking at this change and the speed with which it's been brought in. They said they were unconvinced by the reasons given for the urgency which the government was attaching to making these changes, and they were particularly concerned that the speed precluded appropriate scrutiny of the changes. And I think it's really regrettable that it's been done at all, but certainly that the government's chosen to do it in this way. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you for that summary. Members, this is in effect a cross-party motion. Can we accept it by affirmation, or do you wish to have a vote on it? Agreed. I hear none against. Anyone against? Anyone abstaining? That motion is passed unanimously. We then move on to item 14B, a motion standing in the name of Councillor Graham Cone. Councillor Cone, would you put your motion?
Thank you, Chair. So the motion is as written. I know you've had the opportunity to look at that. I really just wanted to go over some of the points as to why I brought the motion forward. So some of the key facts around this is that South Cambs spends per kilometre £16,713 less than what is allocated in the city. So there's a very large disparity between the two councils. This means that for every £1,000 spent per kilometre in Cambridge, just over £360 is invested into South Cambridgeshire roads. So I know, you know, there's going to be some disparity between us and our neighbours. And if you looked at East Cambs, Fenland, Huntingdonshire District Council, that you would expect us not to be maybe at the top of that list. And you would expect that someone has to be at the bottom of that list, and I understand that in terms of funding. But given that there is a £16,713 difference spend per kilometre, and South Cambs is at the very bottom of that list, that gap seems really very big. I mean, if you looked at Fenland spend, we're half of what their spend is per kilometre. They are 18,296. We are 9,584. So that per kilometre seems a huge disparity. So we're not just bottom of that list. We are a long way different to if you compared us to Fenland, or we're lower than East Cambs, and much, much, much lower than Cambridge. So given that spend on our roads is something that we all hear a lot about from our residents, I really felt that I had to bring this motion forward so that we try and get some answers for our district around the disparity in spend. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Do you have a second of your motion?
Councillor Williams is going to second.
Do you wish to speak now or reserve to the end?
I'll reserve my right to speak at the end, Chair.
Okay. Do we have any other speakers on this? Councillor Stephen Drew.
Thank you. I'd like to propose an amendment. Is this something you wish me to do now, or is it something you wish me to wait to do?
Is it a brief amendment, or is it a detailed one which should perhaps be submitted in writing?
It has been submitted beforehand.
Has already been submitted, right. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll show that up on the screen, and for anyone who wants, we'll have written handouts on this amendment.
Am I able to speak to the amendment while it's being handed out?
No, I'd rather you just
No?
wait until people have had a chance to read the amendment before you speak to it. Councillor Heather Williams.
Chair, it is a significant amendment. I appreciate it's a while since we've had a comfort break. Perhaps we could take 5 minutes to look through it and kill two birds with one stone, as members are literally walking out of the chamber to go to the toilet as we speak.
I think we'd better accept reality. We'll take a short break and meet back here at 16:35. Welcome back to this meeting of South Cambridge District Council on the 3rd of October. We're debating a motion under item 14B, and Councillor Stephen Drew has just given notice of intention to move an amendment which has been circulated to us. I'm about to invite Councillor Stephen Drew to speak to that amendment, and I will invite him in doing so to just consider whether the amendment, the wording, negates the original motion in any sense or does not, and to what extent it is relevant to the responsibilities and the ability to react of this council. I will then invite Councillor Heather Williams, who's asked to speak on the same matter, to address that before we decide whether we can proceed with the debate. Councillor Stephen Drew.
Thank you, Councillor Fane. In relation to the point you make at the start about whether or not the amendment negates or whatever other word is being used, I would point out first of all that no words from the original motion have been removed and no words from the original motion have been changed in the sense of rewording the sentence. The motion, as Councillor Cohn pointed out, quite rightly highlights the fact that South Cambridgeshire has been placed in a position where spending in relation to road maintenance from the County Council over a lengthy period of time has not met the needs of South Cambridgeshire. And for me, that is surely the fundamental point of Councillor Cohn's motion. What the amendment that I am proposing to the motion does is it recognises the validity of the point that Councillor Cohn is making in the first instance, which is that we should, as the District Council in South Cambridgeshire, write to the council leader of Cambridge County Council, whilst also writing, as my suggestion says, to the Chair of the Highways and Transport Committee, to express concern and dismay at how little has been spent on South Cambridgeshire's roads compared to other areas of Cambridgeshire. I think that's an entirely valid point to make. What the amendment does is it takes what Councillor Cohn has said, which is opening up the point of the underinvestment in South Cambridgeshire's roads, and for me, it provides the wider context to that. There is the immediate sentence afterwards, which points out the fact that this relates to the position inherited by the joint administration of the county council elections in 2021, where they inherited from the previous Conservative administration. What we then have is a series of points which points out the reality of why it has been the case over a long period of time.
Councillor Drew, could you bring your remarks to a close now? Your 5 minutes, thank you.
Okay. It points out all of the things that create the context for the need for Councillor Cohn's original motion.
Right, I'm now going to call on Councillor Cohn, or if you prefer, as Councillor Heather Williams, to take a view, or to put to me a view as to whether this amendment negates the original motion. And then I will use my chair's discretion to decide whether we can debate it further. Councillor Cohn.
Chair, did you want me to say whether I accept the motion first, or did you want to do the negate?
Yes, that would be a good starting point. I'm sorry, I presume that you might not be wishing to accept the motion, but please tell us.
That's okay. So I don't accept the amendment that's been made. I think really that, as Councillor Drew indicated, the motion was really intended to highlight the disparity in funding and encourage some answers to that disparity. And
yes, Councillor Cohn, sorry to interrupt you, but I'd like you, if you would, to address the question of whether this negates your original motion.
Heather can do that, but
I'm happy
I think
for
it does.
You to pass that responsibility to Councillor Heather Williams, if you prefer. Right.
Lovely to be delegated to, but yes. See, there are a few bits that probably would be acceptable. Obviously, we weren't given sight of it. The reason for the negation is to express concern, and yet it then goes on to applaud. And that in itself is a contradiction in terms. Also, we then have the introduction of gully cleaning, nothing to do with the substantive item at all. Things like the addition of the Chair of Highways Committee, sensible suggestion. But actually, the thrust of the motion is to actually be concerned about what is being spent in this current time on the areas. And what's gone through, we've got footway resurfacing, but we're talking about roads. We, in this motion, while we may refer to comparisons, haven't made any comparisons. This is not adding to, this is changing the thrust of the motion. And as it changes the thrust of the motion, it therefore negates. And it is also bringing in things, commercial teams, other information, other things that have no relevance to the motion itself.
Thank you. Before I make a decision as to whether we can debate this further, I'm going to invite Councillor Drew to just consider whether he wishes to delete any part of this amendment, and I will then decide whether we can debate the amendment as remains. Councillor Drew. No, I'm afraid there's no scope for negotiation here. Councillor Drew.
Thank you, Councillor Fain. I do not agree with Councillor Williams' presentation that it negates the original thrust of the motion. I think it improves upon the motion and ensures that it is presented in a way that is entirely correct and gives validity to the original point of the motion.
Thank you both for dealing with that point. I now come to the question of whether this amendment negates the original motion. I take the view that it does not. I quite agree with Councillor Heather Williams that to talk of concern and dismay in one paragraph and then to move on to applauding the administration's programme would appear to negate it, but in practice it does not. It is two separate points. It is adding an additional point. So I'm afraid my decision is that we can take this motion, we can take this amendment as proposed. Councillor Drew, do you have a seconder for this amendment?
Yes, the seconder for the amendment is Councillor Milnes.
So, yes, I think Councillor Cohn has already made it clear that this amendment is not acceptable to him as the proposer of the motion. Is that right?
Yeah, and it's
yes,
not.
thank you. That's all I need to know.
Okay.
I will come back to you later, yes. Councillor Milnes has been invited to second this. Do you want to speak now or reserve your position to the end?
I'll reserve mine, right, thank you.
Right. So, do we have other speakers on this amendment?
Thank you, Chair. Like Councillor Drew, I'm a bit of an armchair historian. I always like to hear the past described, particularly in such what for our friends on the blue team must be excruciating detail. Where I disagree with this amendment is it does negate, in a sense, the collective action that this council could be taking with a motion like this, because clearly there are party political points which our friends on the blue team would dispute and are not going to vote for. And therefore, I will be voting, I'd have rather seen the two parties do what they had done previously and work on a text that can be issued on behalf of all the councillors, whatever our party or stripe. I think this is a real shame. I think a rather simple thing for this council to express to our colleagues at county has been turned into something of a football. I'm sure Councillor Drew remembers the party political advert that the Lib Dems put out in '97 about football. No, it was that the Lib Dems were not playing the party game. They were, Councillor Cohn this is just silly. This isn't even anything this council does. This is turning into an empty barn. There's nothing in it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Just to make clear to other speakers who may want to take part in the debate on this amendment, I have decided, ruled if you like, that it is not negate the motion, and we are therefore debating the amendment as it stands in the name of Councillor Drew. So other speakers on that, I think I have Councillor Anna Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair. What I would say is that this is the danger of putting in a very short motion, but in other words that they can be ambiguous. And so what I would say is that this amendment rightly and properly puts into context the historic underfunding and the work that has been done in all parts of the county, including South Cambridgeshire, since the joint administration arrived. And it clarifies the detail that was noticeably absent in the original motion. So I support this amendment. Thank you. And I speak as a county councillor on that, who was present before the current administration. So I know the historic underfunding and managed decline that the previous administration applied to the county. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Bradnam. I recognise there are quite a few here who, as it happens, are also county councillors, but can we all be very careful to ensure that we speak as district councillors on this matter, please? Other speakers, Councillor Tom Bygott.
Thank you, Chairman. So it has been ruled that this amendment doesn't negate the original motion, but it completely subverts the original motion. Now, that may not be in the council constitution, but the principal purpose of the original motion was to stand up for the people of South Cambridgeshire and to represent them in getting better funding for their roads. The original purpose was not to make cheap political points and criticise other tiers of government and other parties. And by making such a cheap political point out of this motion, it effectively renders the motion useless, because you can't properly represent the people if you go around insulting other administrations, other parties, other tiers of government. That is not what we're here for. And can I please remind councillors, the reason we became councillors is to support our residents and get the best deal for our residents and get the best service for our residents. It is not to sit around here in a talking shop insulting people and winning cheap political points. Now, I think this motion or this amendment has set a new low point for the conduct of this council. And quite frankly, I'm appalled. I'm ashamed to be a member of a council that would start doing this kind of stupid behaviour. And yeah, I just think, are you proud, every councillor in this room, are you proud to be making this motion? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair, and I thank Councillor Bygott for his... And it's not easy to hear someone say that they're ashamed of what's happening at the council. When this motion was put in and drafted and put in here, there was no reference to those figures. It was to try and get people... the figures were provided as context so that you could understand where the idea came from. It wasn't, for example, included that actually between 2019 and 2021 and 2021 and 23, South Cambridge had a 15% reduction in the amount of money that was spent on its roads, while Cambridge had a 44% increase. We had the biggest reduction between those 2-year comparisons than anywhere else. But we didn't include those facts in here because obviously that would be a bit of a difficult thing for you to support, the difference, the 15% reduction. So, being mindful of that, it's been left as it is. So even when there are things applauding the administration, what am I meant to applaud? Them immediately reducing the South Cambs budget by 15%. That's not positive. There's no reflection here. It says about underinvestment and mismanagement and all these sorts of things. Well, I don't think as district councillors we can overly adjust. We weren't there, we haven't seen how it was done. This was about looking to the future. But just as in the previous motion, we're being dragged backwards. Actually, the Conservative government, if we are going to look back, provided millions and millions of extra money for councils, including our own, to address things and potholes. Millions of money. No reflection of that in here at all. And actually, it says in relation to backlogs, but we had, as this council, and us on this side, I appreciate not everyone was a councillor then, when it was COVID and things started to slip and things went wrong, actually, the administration had our support, if you recall at the time, because we appreciated that COVID would impact services and the like. And not once did I criticise if there was interruptions to bin services and the like. If there were bad decisions made in that period, or things that needed raising, then of course, but we accepted that people were doing the best that they could in the situation that they were in. Now, we have here a situation where that just is completely forgotten, and I mean, it's filled the whole page. As Councillor Bygott says, you know, We could have put lots of stuff in this. We could have put lots of facts in, said everything's brilliant under us, everything's bad under you. We didn't, because, believe it or not, we actually want to address one of the key and main issues that comes up time and time again on our doorsteps. So it's quite simple. Yours suggests there's no problem. Isn't it great? Have you driven on our roads recently?
Right, before I take other speakers, I just want to remind everyone we are debating the amendment itself, and we will then take a vote on whether this amendment stands part of the motion. And then we will then have a debate on the motion as amended or not. Next, I have Councillor Dr. Richard Williams.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I won't be supporting the amendment to the motion. I certainly very much regret that the motion through this amendment is just being turned into an exercise in whataboutery. Everybody knows the roads in South Cambridgeshire are not in the best state of repair. The dogs in the street know that when they can climb out of the potholes. And there are structural problems, I think, in the way that roads are dealt with in South Cambridgeshire. I think it's no coincidence that the road spend per kilometre is significantly higher in Cambridge City as opposed to South Cambridgeshire, because Cambridge City is not a parished area. One of the problems I have, both as a parish council chair and a district councillor, is every time we approach highways to ask for some highways improvement, we're told, oh, well, that's for an LHI. We get one LHI a year. I mean, in my parish, you know, we could go for the next 60 years before we get things done if we only get one LHI bid a year. In unparished areas, there isn't that LHI system. So I think there's a structural problem in the way that roads maintenance is dealt with in the districts as opposed to the city. So I think there are serious issues that we could have talked about and we should talk about when we're talking about road maintenance in South Cambridgeshire. And I would just say, I don't think the residents of South Cambridgeshire care really for exercises in who did what when, and as I say, motions which just become whataboutery. What they want is a positive plan going forward to sort this out and to know that their district council and that their district councillors are focused on the future, not on the past. And it's a real shame that we couldn't have done that here, that we have to go down this road. Frankly, I think if I was a Liberal Democrat, I think the clever thing to do would have been to have just voted this through, and then you could put on your leaflets next year, Lib Dems fighting, you know, tooth and nail for road maintenance in South Cambridgeshire. We've done that. We've voted for motions that are implicitly critical of the Conservative government on balance. So I really regret that you've done this, and I don't support the amendment for those reasons.
Right, members, before we proceed further, I just want you to bear in mind that we have 10 minutes left for the whole of this debate, including this motion, including the amendment. I have a certain number of additional speakers on the amendment, and then I would take the seconder of the amendment, who has reserved his right to speak, and we will then take a vote on that. And if there is time, we will then be able to proceed on the motion amended or otherwise. So I'm going to ask each of the speakers I have listed whether they want to speak to the amendment or to enable us to take the vote on that and get back to the motion. Councillor Richard Stobart, do you want to speak to the amendment?
Chair, yes, I would. I'm going to take a slightly different tack. And I think one of the things that we've been trying to find maybe is the district's view of this and of what you might say is the state of the county roads. So I think it's a question of transparency and availability of data. You know, when we're looking at a development, we look at the risks around, you know, can we connect this development properly into the road network? What are the likely maintenance costs? Can we get a bus in there? And so on. So what the amendment would say to me, and it's my comment, is that historically there's been a lack of transparency as to, if you will, the quality of road data, and that will have been and will have resulted in challenges to the development process. So I would support the amendment with that interpretation on it, that this is leading us to greater transparency in the availability of, if you will, road quality data. Yeah.
Thank you. And next I have Councillor John Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief. Councillor Heather Williams, Leader of Opposition, said that in 2019 and 2021, the amount of pay spent on South Cambs roads went down and the amount increased in. Actually, the people in charge of the county council at that time, because I was a county councillor at that time, were the Conservatives. So the Conservatives cut back that road maintenance budget, not the current administration. And the other point to make is that in context of this, this actually shows that it takes time to turn an oil tank around. We know how long it's taken to turn this council round, to make it financially viable. It takes time to turn an even bigger organisation, the county, round. And now we start seeing the new administration starting to make some changes and to deliver road maintenance in South Cambridgeshire.
One further speaker on the amendment before comes the proposer, the seconder of the amendment. Councillor Dr. Tumi Hawkins. On the amendment.
Thank you, Leader. Chair, I'll be very quick. Many residents in South Cambs confuse who's responsible for what. And a lot of the time, they look at their roads and it's like, South Cambs isn't repairing the potholes. And yet, we need to show them that, yes, we are concerned for them and we're standing up for them, just to make, to emphasize the point that Councillor Bygott made. We are here to represent them and stand for them, and that's exactly what we're doing. But they need to understand how things work. And what this amendment is doing is showing them exactly why the roads are where they are and who's responsible and, the back context, so that going forward, they understand where they've come from and how we're going to move forward. So I support the motion. Thank you.
Right. I have no other speakers other than the seconder on the amendment. However, Councillor Heather Williams, who is fully aware of what this means, has asked to make a personal explanation. That is, she feels that some point she made earlier may have been misunderstood. Councillor Heather Williams.
I am certain I've been misunderstood based on the comments that the lead member for Finance and Resources just made. He had the figures, I believe, the wrong way round, because when it was in 2019 to 2021, Conservative controlled, it was over 2.6 million. Between 21 and 23, it was 2.2. So actually, while he was saying that it went down under Conservative control for South Cambs, it went down under the Joint Administration's control by 15%, which was the largest, we were the largest area to have our budget decrease over those two periods, whereas the lead member suggested it the other way around.
So brief. I think before I come to anyone else, did you want to make a contribution to the debate or a personal explanation? Yes, you have. Yes. Yes. And then we will come to the seconder of the amendment. Right. Councillor Graham-Cohen.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry.
I see. Can I, forgive me, the seconder of the motion goes first, and then you have the right to reply to the motion.
Chair. Happy with that.
Right. Okay, so Councillor Brownman.
Thank you, Chair. I want to have a whole list of 30 or 40 different points that have been made that I would like to rebut, but I haven't got time. For the second time today, the Leader of the Opposition here has been very selective in her choice of data. This is an issue for Cambridgeshire roads, not for districts. We will be allocated according to need and now, with this administration, with priority over which roads should be repaired. The state of the roads in Fenland are notoriously bad. They're literally causing people's deaths because of the state of those roads, with undulations of the underlying peat. So there are going to be clear differences. I would like to actually briefly mention the late Mac Maguire, who headed the Highways Committee at Cambridge County Council for some time. He unfortunately died recently. But he and I and the two groups worked very hard in this administration to try and rectify some of the anomalies that we inherited. But we have to bear in mind that underlying all of this is government grant funding, which has actually received some fillip recently, but only after devastating years of reduction after reduction after reduction, leaving our roads in a parlous state. We had bad weather 2 winters ago, where for over 5 days, sub-zero temperatures caused devastation on our roads that we're now getting finally back to putting right. And there is a scheme in effect in South Cambridgeshire, and we actually witness it today, or this week. I've driven on Madingley Road, and finally that road surface being repaired. So we're working on it. We've got a much bigger programme of road repairs at Cambridgeshire County Council than we have in previous administrations and this one. The fact is that we are doing what we can for all our residents, not just Cambridgeshire, South Cambridgeshire, but for Cambridgeshire County. And so this amendment reflects the intense efforts that we are putting in to this problem, and so I recommend that we accept that. Thank you.
I now call on Councillor Graham Cohn as proposer of the original motion to reply to the debate on the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. So I won't be accepting the amendment, mainly because I believe that it was a fairly simple motion, and I tried not to make it political. I didn't put lots of, deliberately didn't put lots of facts about disparity in sort of which party was doing X, Y, and Z. It's my view that we've gone from a motion that is fairly sensible to something that could be put in a Liberal Democrat leaflet, which is really quite different. And the word that's used most in here is conservative. Actually, I think there's 6-7 times the word conservative is mentioned. So, I wanted this to be, just a pretty simple, non-political motion. It's been turned into something completely different, so I can't support this.
Right. Members, we now come to a vote on the amendment as put to you. We're going to take this electronically for obvious reasons, so if we could set up that vote. So, as usual, if you vote in favour of the amendment, press green. Oppose the amendment, press red. How are we doing on numbers? That's everybody. So the amendment as proposed by Councillor Stephen Drew is passed, and that forms now part of the motion. Now, I believe I'm right in saying that we have now run out of time, so I come back to the proposer of the motion. Is that right? Yes, so this is now a motion in Councillor Drew's name. So let's see, who shall we take next? Any advice on that? I don't think there's really time, even for the proposer of the motion, which is now Councillor Drew, to have a further word on it. Councillor Drew, did you want to speak further on this, or are you happy that we move straight to the vote?
I feel the will of the room is to move straight on.
Right. So now to stress that we have voted on the amendment, which now forms part of the motion. So now we're moving to a vote on the motion as amended. That is the document in front of you, both the black and red sections. So if you're in favour of the motion as amended, press green. If you're against it, press red. We have 24 voted, 25. Is that everyone? One more? Are we still on 25? Right, so I think 25 is actually all of us, am I right? Somebody has not quite managed to vote yet. Right, that is everyone. So the motion as amended is passed by 19 votes to 4 with 3 abstentions. Thank you. We move on to next business. We now come to a motion standing in the name of Councillor Heather Williams. Councillor Williams, would you like to put your motion?
Thank you, Chair. Do you know what? I still have hope that this is going to be non-controversial, but given what we see with the other motions, that is feeling of like a far-stretched hope. So maybe surprise me, please, the administration. So the bog standard is something that it's very varied whether people have heard about it or not, but essentially it's about trying to give those people who have gone through prostate cancer and have long-lasting side effects from that, some more dignity. And that means having sanitary provision, sanitary bins in public toilets. And the bog standard is something that's trying to create awareness of it. They're trying to promote it, to help promote men's health as well, encouraging people to be tested. It is a blood test. It's not what, that previous form of testing was a barrier for some. The blood test to encourage people to have it done. And it's something that, for myself, I think it's really important to challenge. Now, many times I have stood before COVID, when we used to have to stand or sat, and promoted things for equality in relation to women, such as the breastfeeding, neonatal leave policy for parents, and other issues as well. And all of those, I'm pleased to say, have had the support of male allies and men that have supported. And indeed, when we look back at things like even for women to have the vote, actually it was through the support of male allies that we got it. So now's my turn to give back in the opposite direction. It's really important that after somebody has been through this process, that we do everything we can to ensure that they have dignity for the rest of their lives. And just a few statistics was that 78% of men felt anxious about accessing disposable facilities when leaving the home. 64% of men have not been able to attend major life events due to incontinence. And 34% of men have found it hard to locate a bin in the public toilets when out and about. Now, we at the District Council are not able to change the world, but we are able to ensure that we set good practices, that we support people, and that we are an example. So things like us doing this here, and I appreciate there may be budget, which is why I've been very careful. I've not asked you for any money, Cabinet, in case you're worried. I'm just asking for you to consider these things and for us to take the initiative forward. And the main thing of that is, for bronze, is the installation of male incontinence bins specifically designed for disposal of larger incontinence products. If this wasn't being done in the female toilets for women, it would be an outrage. I think the same thing needs to apply for men that have gone through this treatment. So for anybody in the room that this would affect, or for anybody outside of here, I hope you will see where this is coming from, and I hope you will support it.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Do you have a seconder for your motion?
I do, Councillor Cohn.
Councillor Cohn, do you want to reserve your right to speak later?
I'm happy to speak now very briefly, Chair.
Thank you, yes.
So I support the motion for the reasons that Councillor Williams has indicated. This is very important motion that would help a lot of people, I think, if we can move in this direction. And having met with a lot of people with these issues in the sort of prostate cancer patient cohort, you know, it's really important that we start to move in this direction.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Leader.
Thank you very much. So, in fact, informal cabinet discussed this. I think it was back in August, and you know, fully appreciate the importance of doing this. There wasn't any budget for it at the time, but I think we've agreed informally that it will be included in the forthcoming budget. So I will get you some information about timeframes as soon as I have them, and we'll discuss whether we need accreditation. I'm not necessarily convinced we do need accreditation. I think the important thing is that these bins are available to everybody in all of our buildings. Yeah, okay, thank you. And could I suggest we go straight to the vote, because I don't think this is a very contentious issue.
Not quite, I'm afraid, because the motion currently proposes that the Council requests Cabinet to achieve at a minimum bronze tier accreditation. If the motion as it stands is passed, that will be the request to Cabinet. It will, of course, be for Cabinet to decide. I have...
Is that...
Yes.
I'm not that...
I have... It will be for Cabinet to decide.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're not agreeing to do the accreditation, but we will, Cabinet will happily discuss whether there's anything to be gained by accreditation, bearing in mind that we've already agreed that bins are needed.
Yes, I have one other person who has said they want to speak. Dr. Martin Kahn, do you want to speak on this briefly, if you would?
Simply because I've got some experience. I want to emphasize the importance of testing and monitoring. My father-in-law is a neurologist, so I have some, and I've had some experience. I have never been asked by my doctor regularly to be tested in Britain, and I'm of an age where it is relevant. But I go every year twice to Poland, and virtually every time I get a private test there, which you can do over the counter without, you don't need a prescription. So I know that my level is okay. I feel that there is a lot to be gained pushing this, and I think we all, without wanting to change the motion, I want to emphasize the need that we do need to consider whether there is need for monitoring or the procedures whereby regular people are more actively called to have regular testing. Further emphasizing that the PSA test which we have is, I think, 70% accurate. 30% of cases do not show up on this PSA test. That can be tested by manual testing. I'm not of experience. It's a bit uncomfortable. The doctors are not relatively, now it's a rather old-fashioned technique, it's not relatively used. My father-in-law said that he would recommend every GP, every time a man over 60 comes to his surgery, to have a further test. So I do think that we need to have a much more active program of testing if we're going to be effective on this. And it's a comment on this. While I support the motion, I think there's further action to be done, which is probably not actually the responsibility of this authority.
Councillor Sunita Hansraj.
So, okay, I understand that somebody has brought up the issue of dignity and bin provision. Okay, I'm not sure where we are drawing the line between work already been done, work that, I'm sorry, there was a Prostate Cancer Awareness Day in March, there are charities, there are GP surgeries, loads of things being done, including the fact that King Charles had prostate cancer, that has highlighted this. So I'm not sure where we're going with this accreditation, where we divide the line where professionals are involved and the work of councils.
It's all right. Take a moment. And,
I'd like to know where this accreditation will get us. And I don't think it's something we are giving back to men. I think that's the wrong way to state it. A problem exists and we deal with it. Yeah, it's nothing to do with men and women. Women not acknowledging men, if that's what was meant. Men having problems. Thank you, Liz. I really wonder why Councillor Williams has chosen this subject when there is a wide range of things that has already been achieved.
Right, well, I now call on Councillor Heather Williams to reply to the debate, and then we will move straight to a vote.
Thank you. As to why, actually because my father-in-law has had prostate cancer and my husband has to get tested every year, and we just recently lost his brother to cancer. So it's very pertinent, and I would never question the intention of a motion like this being brought to this chamber, and I think that was an error. Why the bog standard? Actually, because we're not professionals, and the bog standard, which is registered with prostate cancer, helps us to understand from experts exactly what is the best practice, what we should be doing. And also, it gives confidence. I gave you quotes of people that do not go out because they don't know where they're going to be able to use facilities. And if we are a public building, we have other public buildings. If we have accreditation, then that can be publicised, and we can ensure that if anybody wants to come to this council for help, they feel confident in doing so in that situation. I accept the challenge of proving why the accreditation is needed. That is my view. I think it's important to give people certainty because depending on your level, they will know what facilities are available for them when they visit. It's not just about officers that work here. As important as that is, it's about the fact we are a public building open to the public. And that is my reason for bringing this motion.
Members, we now move directly to the vote. I wonder how we can take this by affirmation. We all agreed? The motion, I don't see anyone against or indeed wishing to abstain, do I know? So the motion as tabled is passed. We then come to, bear with him a moment, members. In a moment, we will come to a motion standing in the name of Councillor Sally-Ann Hart. However, I'm going to take a further 5-minute break before we do that. So we'll come back to that at about 5:25.
Thank you, Chair.
Welcome back to this meeting of South Cambridgeshire District Council. We are on motion, just coming to motion 14C, in the name of Councillor... No, I'm not sorry, that's the wrong one. 14D, that's better. Thank you all. Just testing awareness. Councillors, we're on 14D, motion standing in the name of Councillor Sally-Ann Hart. Councillor Sally-Ann Hart, I think you have a small amendment to announce to your motion.
I'm not an amendment, but an alteration, Chair.
Alteration, right.
So I think if I could just point out
We're
why
going to put
the
that up on the
alteration
screen.
is there.
Here we are.
So the alteration is because when Rachel Reeves originally announced the new hospital programme, the abbreviation for which is NHP, so going forward, review, it wasn't clear if both the Children's Hospital, Children's Cancer Hospital and the redevelopment of Hinchinbrook would be part of it. But since the information was sent, Hinchinbrook have been confirmed now not to be part of the review. Therefore, there are a few small changes to the motion which Democratic Services have been given, and I think they're on the screen now.
Right, we'll just give members a moment to note those changes. So the proposer of the motion will be suggesting those minor changes. Are we all happy to accept the motion as slightly varied? Good. We can then proceed to Councillor Sally-Ann Hart. Would you like to propose your motion?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and I promise I will not be using my whole 5 minutes. I believe, and I think most of us do here, that we're really lucky in South Cambridgeshire to have some of the best minds in the world when it comes to life sciences. So organisations like AstraZeneca and the Wellcome Trust come here because Greater Cambridge is the centre for the industry in the UK. And to match that, I've just moved my cursor in the wrong place. To match that, we have incredibly dedicated NHS, National Health Service staff, working in our area, and that includes those who do treat cancers. We also see growth accelerating across our area, and so therefore we need to have healthcare facilities to match that growth. The Cambridge Cancer Research Hospital at Addenbrooke's is one of those facilities that we are going to need. Wes Streeting, the new Labour Minister for Health, has recently published the terms of reference for the new hospital programme, the NHP review, and this review confirmed that the cancer hospital was at risk. The hospital has already received planning permission and clearly has strong local support, so therefore it is fundamentally wrong for the government to put it at risk. We know that the previous government seriously mismanaged public finances and must shoulder the blame for the state of our services, especially the NHS. But Labour cannot use them as a scapegoat for austerity 2.0. If the government want to achieve growth, we need the infrastructure to match it, while also dealing with any current infrastructure deficits. So therefore, I do hope we can all come together to support this motion so we can call on Labour to do the right thing and commit to delivering the cancer hospital for our residents.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder for your motion?
I do. It's Councillor Sunita Hansrath.
Councillor Hansrath, would you like to speak now or reserve your comments later in the debate? If there is. Speak now, please.
So this Labour government has promised borrowing to invest. This is undeniably something that we need to invest in. We need a healthcare service we can take pride in. We need to promote centres of excellence. We need to rationalise the service where at present money has been spent in a haphazard way, and that is an economic misstep. I fully support the proposal to write to the Secretary of State that the government should not abandon its commitment to develop these hospitals. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers on this? Councillor Richard Stobart.
Chair, thank you. So we've talked about both the movement of the motion, and the second speaker, Councillor Hansrath, have talked about the need for healthcare provision. That's absolutely right. You know, cancer is a significant threat, and one of the great attributes of the proposed cancer hospital is create an environment in which it is easier to move about the hospital. It's a more welcoming environment, and one of the key things in modern cancer treatment is early diagnosis. So it may be the single factor that actually makes the difference. And we were talking about prostate cancer earlier. You know, prostate cancer is just another of those cancers which, if you catch it early, the treatment can be very effective and quick. So creating that environment is not done easily, and the cancer hospital itself is a beautifully presented building. You know, on JDCC, we looked at it in great depth. We challenged some of the concepts, and we talked about water and so on, and we believe that that building is most effective in its proposed role. But this goes a little bit further. I think that same week that we were at JDCC, the Lancet Commission was meeting, and this is a worldwide group, met in the Divinity School at St John's. And the reason they were meeting in the Divinity School at John's is because Cambridge has a significant place on the map for cancer research. So, you know, if the current government was to axe the cancer hospital, it's kind of undermining that kind of environment in which we find cancer research in Cambridge. It's not a good look. And therefore, I think we need to look beyond and in the kind of reasoning that we'll explain, and perhaps the MP's got this, but the effect on the research community, on the international profile of Cambridge, of cancelling something that integrates healthcare and forges those relationships with the research community. To lose that would be very significant, not just for healthcare, but for the wider remit of Cambridge, if you will. So I think the stakes are high, and that should be emphasised in any communications we make.
Come to Councillor Graham Cohen, Councillor Heather Williams. I don't know whether there are any others. Councillor Helen Leeming, beg your pardon. Just before I do that, I'm going to, and Councillor Anna Bradnam, I'm going to mention that 5 of us here were on the JDCC, which considered this application. Now, that was just for planning consent, but unusually, we had quite an extensive presentation on the other benefits of the approach rather than the building. So while we were very much persuaded of the benefits, I think I speak for all of us on the JDCC, of the benefits of the building, we were also, I think, very much persuaded of the approach. And I think Councillor Stobart said enough about that for me not to say anything more. So I will then move to Councillor Graham Cohen.
Thank you, Chair. I propose an amendment to this motion, which I circulated prior to the meeting. So I was wondering if I could put that forward, if it's the right time to put that forward now.
That amendment is not as shown on the screen. This is... No. I see, right.
Fine. Yeah. Obviously, I have edited it so because of the same Hinchinbrook. So
could you give us a moment, because Democratic Services are just typing up the amendment you've presented, and then we can put it up the screen. I think it would be more sensible to hear it when we have it up on the screen. So bear with us a moment, councillors. I think, members, we can manage without paper copies of this and get on with the debate. So the first question is, does this negate the original motion? I don't think it does. That would be my view. I don't know whether I'm going to get different advice. No. My decision is that it does not negate the original motion. The next question is whether the proposer of the motion, Councillor Sally Ann Hart, can accept this amendment, or do we need to have a debate on the amendment before we proceed to the motion?
I'd rather not accept the amendment.
The amendment is not accepted, so we will now have... can I ask Councillor Cohn, do you have a seconder for your amendment?
I do, Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you. Now I have a point of information being presented to me from Councillor Milne.
No, it's a point of clarification, I think. I just wasn't quite sure what the two other highly important hospitals. So are we talking about the paediatric, and is that because of Hinchinbrook? Okay, so if we could just make a tweak.
Yes, that is a point that Councillor Cohn will... That is a point that Councillor Cohn will clarify. The wording may be slightly varied from that on the screen, but Councillor Cohn will now propose the amendment and no doubt clarify that. Councillor Cohn.
So the reason I'm putting the amendment forward is essentially just to try and take the politics out of it, because it's so important that we speak with one voice on the cancer hospital that is not only going to be important locally, but nationally and globally, given the research that will come out of it, and the benefit that it's going to give to patients is going to be huge. My amendment is not to attack Labour, and it's to take out the attack on the outgoing government. It's trying to soften that, if you like, and make it more neutral, so that it feels like we're speaking with one voice, not just a political angle on the top of the motion there. So I've tried to keep the wording as similar as possible, so it's not too distant from the original motion, and I've not changed anything in the subsequent paragraphs. I've just taken the sort of political points out, if you like.
Understood. So effectively the paragraph in red replaces the third paragraph above it with a slightly different wording. Is that right?
It replaces everything that's crossed out
yes,
there. Agreed, Chair, yeah.
Right. You have a seconder, I think, Councillor Heather Williams. Do you want to speak now or later?
I do, but I can see the leader trying to indicate, and Councillor Bradnam, and they seem to be leading with urgency, so happy to go after them.
Okay. Leader.
Thank you. So just in response, Councillor Cohn, and I do understand, that your motivation here, but, we are politicians and we function in a political world. And so my 2 points are, we can't take the politics out of things. It's unrealistic to think so, and nobody would expect us to. And secondly, we also can't write off the past. When the general election decision was made, we couldn't draw a line and never refer back again to what happened before. And there will come a point where we cease to do so, no doubt, because there's enough time will have passed. But as I say, we can't write out the politics and we can't write out the past.
Yes, you said you would reserve your position, therefore you would come back at the end of the debate. There we are. You can come back now. Councillor Heather.
Thank you, Chair. That wasn't what I said. I thought the leader had a point of clarification to indicate, which is why I gave way. As Councillor Cohn said, we are trying to look forward, because that's what we need to do for our residents. To a certain extent, you're right, the election results have gone the way they have, and they want things to go in a different direction, and we accept that, that's fine. But it's a forward direction, and that's the one we need to take, and that's the view that we should be taking. There is a petition, as you'll probably be aware, that's been circulated, yes, by our former Conservative parliamentary candidate, but not on any party websites. It's something that's very close to his heart, and I've spoken in support of that. And I've urged everybody, no matter how they how they voted, to please support the Cancer Hospital and what this motion seeks to achieve, what the petition seeks to achieve, everything. Because if you have cancer, it doesn't matter if you are a Labour, Lib Dem, Conservative, Green, voter, member, councillor, it affects us equally. It absolutely affects us all equally. And therefore, wouldn't it be great if we could try and, at least for our part in this council, move forward? It has been the tone of this meeting to be retrospective. from the administration. But that's not actually going to achieve us anything. We need to look forward. And I hope that on this last motion, there can be a change of tone. The leader says the day will come when you'll stop pointing fingers. People actually don't, at this point, care. They've had their say in that election. Yeah, pointing fingers, I appreciate, it's probably not great for the administration to not be able to have us in control and be able to blame us for everything. I appreciate there's a political dynamic, and you're right. But this is a cancer hospital to treat patients with cancer. And if we can't try to speak as one on this, mind you, I thought on the last motion we would, and received a barbed comment, so who knows what state we're all in here, Chair.
Right, now we're taking speakers on the amendment, and I next have Councillor Helen Leeming.
Chair, I don't wish to speak on the amendment. I wish to speak on the motion.
So you'll reserve your place and come back later. Councillor Anna Braddon, I think, was next.
I have no need to clarify the point I wanted to clarify, and I will speak on the main motion. Thank you.
Councillor Richard William, did you want to speak on the amendment or on the main motion? Should we
Certainly
come
do,
back to
Chair,
it?
certainly do. Thank you very much. I'll speak on the amendment. I just wish to speak, I'll try and be brief, just say that the reason I'm supporting the amendment and the deletion of those words is because I think they're inaccurate. Now, the former Secretary of State for Health has confirmed that the funding for the cancer hospital was agreed by the Chief Accounting Officer at the Department of Health and Social Care. It was agreed by the then Chief Secretary to the Treasury, and it was agreed by senior officers at Her Majesty's Treasury and senior officials at NHS England. The funding for that hospital had been signed off and was secure. So the idea that somehow the funding had never been properly sorted out is just, frankly, inaccurate. If there's a reference in the first line to the so-called £22 billion hole, I would just point out that the departmental estimates were laid before Parliament, signed off by the Chief Accounting Officers at every Department of State. Those legally required figures did not show a £22 billion black hole, yet magically, 4 days after those estimates were laid before Parliament, somehow they were suddenly wrong, despite the fact that the accounting officers were under a legal obligation to ensure that those estimates were accurate and fair. So I support the amendment because I think those first three paragraphs are just plain wrong. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And also on the amendment, I think Councillor Lentel.
Thank you, Chair. No party, no MP from Cambridgeshire was elected with more than 50% of the vote. It's that simple. And we're all here to represent everybody. However they voted, whether they're in our party or not in our party, whether they were once in our party, whether they're not still in our party. Our job is to be inclusive. Our job is to be inclusive of the big things, the gender and the race and the sexual identity and gender identity. We also have to be respectful that we don't always politically agree. And when we frame motions like this, which, let's be clear, folks, this is about a cancer hospital. This is about a cancer hospital, and we are arguing party political point scoring. We don't actually have to. These motions could have been drafted today in a way that was inclusive, that included there's three of them. They're a minority view. This is about how we treat minorities. And of course, the Lib Dem supermajority here, the yellow team, of course they can vote through whatever they like, that's the point. The question is, can minorities be included in language about prostate cancer and a cancer hospital and the state of the roads? Surely this is not beyond the wit of those of us in this room. Thank you, Chair.
Three or four more speakers. Councillor Drew, I think, is next. Before you speak, Councillor Drew, then Councillor Richard Williams, I think, has already spoken. Councillor Jose Hales and Councillor Martin Khan. Can I check with each of those that you wanting to speak on the amendment?
Yes, I want to speak on the amendment.
Right, Councillor Drew. Yes, Councillor Drew.
Great, thank you. It is, of course, entirely reasonable to seek to argue in relation to the amendment that removing the points at the start seek to create a neutrality, that they seek to create a non-political argument. It is, of course, entirely reasonable to suggest that since we are talking about healthcare and we are talking about a cancer hospital and we are talking about things that we should all be able to come together on, yes, absolutely reasonable. And we can present this exactly as is being done with great disappointment at the suggestion it's political. But the NHS is a political matter. There are differing views within political parties in the UK about the place of the NHS, about its history, about its funding, about the way in which we pay doctors, we pay nurses, about the way that we fund hospitals. And of course, the former health minister is going to present the facts and say, I absolutely guarantee you that the funding for the Cambridge Cancer Hospital was completely signed off. I'm sorry, that isn't a statement of fact. That's a political position taken by somebody who it is in their personal political career interests to argue that any suggestion that the funding wasn't in place is untrue. That doesn't make him a dishonest man, but it just means we shouldn't say, on the one hand, let's avoid the politics, and on the other hand say, a politician has made a statement and therefore his word must be believed. So therefore, the reason why the amendment for me cannot be supported is that the 3 bullet points at the top are crucially important to understanding what is going on in relation to the building of the Cambridge Cancer Hospital, and therefore the amendment for me is not the right way to go.
Councillor Jose Hales.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Drew kind of said most of what I was going to say, so I'll keep it really, really short. I don't support the amendment. Those 3 bullets actually are quite stark and important in my own mind. We've all experienced, whether it be 22 billion, 11 billion, 1 billion, doesn't really matter, right? We've all experienced the finances of the last 10 years or so, 15 years. The unfulfilled promises of 40 new hospitals, whether they be extensions or big, beautiful, shiny hospitals. I don't recall any actually being delivered. And the most disappointing one, obviously, is the third one, where this new government has decided to red pen, potentially, as has been said here, a monumentally important hospital. So those points are pretty stark, actually. I think they scream importance to whoever was reading this in the new Labour government. So, as I say, won't be supporting the amendment. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Martin Khan.
There's nothing in the amendment which I disagree with. It's what it misses out, which is what's the problem. The initial 3 bullet points are matters of fact. They're not really a matter of politics. They're stating fact. Whether the situation with the dire state of public finances was justifiable, that's a political decision. But the fact is that it is a dire state. There was a promise to build 40 hospitals. Nobody seems to deny that. That is a fact, and it's not actually been achieved. And finally, the government announcement that they're trying to review it. These are facts of essential background. To remove it is a political action, not rather than actually to avoid talking about it is a political action itself. And therefore, I feel that there is no justification for removing this. It will be political, it will be political, it's not a political decision to have it, it's a political decision to remove it. And therefore, I'm not in favour of the amendment. That's for that reason only.
Right. Councillor Dr. Jimmy Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. The last two speakers have made my points. It's the context. We can't just take the context out. There's always history. This is where we were, this is where we are now, this is where we're going. So let's keep the original points. Thank you.
Councillor Eileen Wilson.
Thank you. I wasn't going to say anything because this is very personal, but as someone who is actually been on a waiting list for a very long time because of underfunding, and I have a life sort of limiting, not limiting, but changing condition that has actually stopped me living the life I want to live. And I know that underfunding can't be resolved straight away. So I can't accept the amendment because of that. Thank you.
I'm going to come in a moment to Councillor Sally Ann Hart to respond to this. Before I do that, I'm going to comment myself. My impression from the debate is that all councillors are agreed on the final two paragraphs, as up there, that we all want the new hospitals, particularly the cancer hospital, to go ahead and to deal with the other matters set out there. And that the actions which are called for at the bottom would, I think, have the support of all members around here. So the question I would ask members to consider before we come to the vote, which we will do after Councillor Sally Ann Hart has spoken, is if that is what we want to achieve, does taking out the first three, well, effectively the first paragraph the council notes, does it help us in this debate to say that this is due to the dire state of the public finances? We all may know that is the case, but does it help us in this debate? And do we have to then get into the question of what is the dire state of the public finances, to what extent were they known? That seems to me irrelevant to this question. We may well all take a strong view, I would admit I do myself, on the unfulfilled promise to build 40 new hospitals. But does it help us in achieving our objectives here, which seem to be shared, to say that? As to the third sub-paragraph there, my own view is that that is adequately replaced by the wording in red, which comes below. So I'm just asking members to consider whether at the end of this, it would be more helpful to have a motion which is supported by all parties, possibly even around all parties around this table, or whether we want to ask the Council to write to the Secretary of State, knowing that this is not a unanimous motion. Now, I have made certain assumptions as to what might happen. I might be wrong in that, but I ask members to consider those possibilities before voting. Councillor Sally Ann Hart.
Thank you, Chair. It's been a very interesting meeting for me, and when I think about where we've come and the new government, and why I understand it would be wonderful if everybody could support the original proposal. I think it's crucial that those items are left in, because it provides an opportunity for people maybe to come forward and actually say, yes, you're right, those 40 hospitals weren't built. So I think I'm very much for a win-win situation, and that takes compromise on both sides. So that's really what I want to say at the moment.
I see that Councillor Ariel Khan wants to contribute to the debate. We have just had the response from the proposer, so it's difficult for me to bring you in at this stage, if that's all right. Okay. I think we now come to the vote on the amendment, as in front of you there. So if you support that amendment, press green. If you oppose that amendment, press red. And if you wish to abstain, press yellow. We got a problem? That's just, this screen's working all right. It is very good to see our numbers growing so healthily.
We're working on it. That's why we count elections by hand.
How are we doing on numbers? Have we all voted? We have all voted. So that amendment is defeated, and we revert to the original motion, as proposed by Sally Ann Hart and seconded by Sunita, I'm sorry. Now, Sunita, I think you chose to speak in seconding the motion rather than to reserve your position, if I recall. You've spoken, I thought so, yes, that confirms it. We have 2.5 minutes left, so time for a quick contribution, and then reverts to Sally Ann Hart again to just sum up. Councillor Heather Williams, if you would be brief, then we can get
I
to
will
a
be,
conclusion.
Chair. Thank you for allowing me to come back on substantive. While we're very disappointed the amendment falls, the cancer hospital means more to us than the points that have gone on today. And it's just worth noting that the 40 hospitals were meant to be by 2030. So I'm very disappointed that you didn't seek our amendment. But the cancer hospital means more, so we will support the substantive. But you've heard our reservations, and please don't do that again.
We just have time for a quick contribution from Councillor Helen Leeming.
Thank you, Chair. Cambridge's biotech and R&D sector is well-beating, and we draw world-class scientists to our area to benefit from our R&D cluster. Part of the draw to our area is the partnership between the university, industry, and our hospital. Many researchers and clinicians come here for the opportunity to be able to work on both their research and in a clinical setting. And the national government celebrates our area's strengths and pushes these strengths forward in terms of making our area a focus of growth. So it's intellectually incoherent to remove growth of both the biotech sector and the growth of our population. So it's intellectually incoherent to remove the idea of that this hospital is needed, both in terms of population increase, but also as a hospital that would be of benefit for our research economy, but then also translate this research knowledge into benefit to our local population in the form of much needed healthcare.
Chair, can I propose that we extend this session that would otherwise have stopped at 6? Is that correct?
Yes, I'm going to come to that in just a moment. We've actually come to the end of this debate. We're just within the 4-hour rule. Councillor Sally, I appreciate there are others who wanted to speak on this. We've run out of time. We've come to the end of the 30 minutes. Councillor Sally Ann Hart, did you want to just say something briefly in addition to what you may have said previously before we move to a vote on this?
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I just really want to reiterate what I said before, that the hope that we can come together to support this motion and we can call on Labour to do the right thing and commit to delivering the cancer hospital for all our residents.
Can I raise a point of order, Chair?
Can I move to a vote, please, Chair? Can I have a second? Thank you. I think. I did indeed, but. That's what I was seconding, to allow others. Thank you.
Yes, so not go to a vote to allow debate.
Forgive me, we're going to, I don't know what submissions are being made here. I'm not proposing to ask people to repeat them. We are at the point where we are going to vote on this as, can we take down the one on the screen, please, because that's misleading.
Point of order, Chair.
If it is a point of order, please.
Suspension of standing orders. Councillor Brian Milnes, I think it's 12.15, is it, in order to 30-minute rule, has moved a motion to suspend the standing order which time limits the debate. I have offered to second Councillor Brian Milnes' motion to suspend the standing order for 30 minutes debate.
I am proposing that we vote immediately. We already had a proposal to vote. We will come to consideration of standing orders after that. No, we have already concluded the debate. We are now at the vote. Councillor Sally Ann Hart, who proposed the motion, has now summed up. I am not prepared to consider any other matter until we have completed the vote that we have now come to. We can then decide, if we want to suspend standing orders if that is still a proposal. All right?
Chair, there's been a proposal and a seconding to go to the vote. I think we should go to the vote.
I'm sorry, members. We have come to the vote on this matter, and I will then consider any proposal to suspend standing orders, but the vote has already been announced. All right? So, the motion is as per the original. The amendment was defeated. Yes, that is as it was originally proposed. Okay? So the motion as originally proposed by Sally Ann Hart, if you are in favour of that, please vote green. And if you're opposed to it, please vote red. I'm aware of all the concerns about this, but we are within the 4 hours limit because of the breaks. Okay, so we are within time, and we have run out of time for this particular debate, which is why we now progress to a vote. Okay, so has everyone voted who wants to vote? Well, members, I'm very glad to say that we are unanimous in supporting the motion as originally put forward by Councillor Sally Ann Hart, and as you say, with the very minor amendment that was agreed then. So we now move to, I need to take a vote, I need a proposal that we continue beyond 4 hours. Would anyone like to propose that? This is the moment at which we come to that. Councillor Mills, thank you for that proposal. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Heather Williams. Can we all agree that we move beyond the 4 hour limit? Good. We're then able to move on to the next item.
Sorry, Chair, can I raise a point of order? Just because I think you've misunderstood what was going on here. Councillor Brian Mills proposed a motion that we continue the debate beyond 30 minutes, which Councillor Heather Williams then seconded. They weren't making a proposal about 4 hours. They were making a proposal about that motion we just considered to allow Councillor Bradnam to speak.
I think the motion that was being proposed before we concluded that matter was on the 4 hours. Perhaps Councillor Mills would like to confirm that? Well, we can continue this discussion if we want. Can Councillor Mills confirm that you were just seeking to extend this beyond 4 hours?
I believe that's largely relevant. Right?
Good, thank you. Right, we have agreed to continue this beyond 4 hours, which is fortunate because the next item is crucial, which is Chair's engagements as on the paper, and the next council meeting will be held on 28th of November at 2 p.m. I now declare this meeting closed at 18:04. Thank you so much, Councillor Mills.